The split brain experiments. Imagine waking up one morning and discovering that one side of your own body knows something that the other side of your mind does not. It sounds impossible, almost like science fiction. But this actually happened in a laboratory, and the results forced scientists to question what consciousness really is. In the 1960s and 70s, neuroscientists studied people who had undergone a drastic operation to treat severe epilepsy. Doctors cut the corpus callosum, the massive bundle of nerve fibers connecting the brain's left and right hemispheres. The goal was medical. The effect on the mind was something nobody fully expected. Here is where it gets strange. When researchers showed certain information to the right visual field, the left hemisphere could usually process it, and the person could describe what they saw. But when information was presented only to the left visual field, it primarily reached the right hemisphere. In some experiments, the person could not verbally name what they had seen, yet their right hemisphere could still understand it. Researchers could place an object in a person's left hand, with their eyes closed, and the person might struggle to say what the object was, but their hand could sometimes select the matching object from a group of choices. The knowledge was there. The person just could not consciously report it through speech. Think about how unsettling that is. You normally experience yourself as one person with one mind. You see something, understand it, and then tell someone what you know. But these experiments revealed that different parts of the brain can process information independently, sometimes without the other side having access to it. And this is where the experiment becomes more than a strange medical story. It suggests that what we call consciousness may not be one single command center inside the brain. The feeling of being one unified self could actually emerge from many specialized systems constantly sharing information and building a coherent story. Even more disturbing, researchers found that when the speaking hemisphere lacked an explanation for something the other hemisphere had perceived, it could sometimes create an explanation anyway. In other words, your brain may not simply tell you what happened. Sometimes it tells you a story that makes what happened feel understandable. And once you realize that, the question changes completely. If two sides of the same brain can know different things, then who exactly is the person experiencing all of it? The Libet experiment. What if the moment you decide to move your hand is not actually the moment your brain decides to move it? That sounds like a tiny distinction, but when neuroscientist Benjamin Libet tested it, the result became deeply unsettling. Because according to his experiment, your brain may begin preparing an action before you become consciously aware that you have decided to do it. Libet asked people to make a simple movement, like flexing their wrist, whenever they felt like it. At the same time, he recorded electrical activity in their brains using electroencephalography. The participants also watched a rapidly moving spot on a clock and reported the exact moment they became aware of their intention to move. The surprising part was the timing. A measurable burst of brain activity, called the readiness potential, appeared roughly hundreds of milliseconds before the participants reported consciously deciding to move. Their brains seemed to be preparing the action before the conscious feeling of making the decision arrived. Now pause there. If your brain starts preparing an action before you consciously experience the intention, then what exactly is consciousness doing? Are you really making the decision, or are you becoming aware of a decision that your brain has already started making? That question hit a nerve, because we usually experience free will from the inside. You think about moving your hand, then you move it. It feels obvious that the conscious thought came first. But Leibott's experiment suggested the timeline might be reversed. And this is where people often misunderstand the study. Leibott did not prove that free will does not exist. The experiment involved extremely simple movements, not complicated decisions like choosing a career, falling in love, or deciding whether to forgive someone. There were also serious debates about what the readiness potential actually represents and whether it truly means a decision has already been made. Libet himself even proposed something fascinating. Maybe consciousness does not initiate every action, but it could still have the ability to stop an action before it happens. That changes the entire question. Maybe free will is not always about starting the thought. Maybe sometimes it is about catching an impulse before it becomes behavior. And if that is true, then the most important part of your decision might happen in the tiny gap between what your brain prepares and what you finally choose to do. The Ganzfeld experiments picture sitting alone in a quiet room with your eyes covered by something that creates an endless field of soft red light. You hear a steady stream of white noise through headphones. Nothing changes. No conversation. No obvious distractions. Just a strangely empty sensory world. Then something unexpected can happen. Your brain starts filling in the silence. The Ganzfeld experiments were designed to investigate a question that sits right on the uncomfortable border between psychology and claims about extrasensory perception. Researchers wanted to know whether people could somehow receive information without using the ordinary senses we depend on. The setup was surprisingly simple. One person, called the receiver, would relax inside the Ganzfeld environment, while another person, called the sender, stayed somewhere else and looked at a randomly selected image or video. The receiver had no normal way of seeing what the sender was looking at. After a period of sensory isolation, the receiver would describe whatever came into their mind. They might report images, feelings, colors, shapes, or sudden impressions. Researchers would then compare those descriptions with the possible target images. And here is where things became controversial. Some experiments reported results that appeared better than chance. That was enough to make some researchers wonder whether something unusual was happening. Maybe the human mind could somehow detect information without the ordinary channels of perception. But other researchers were far less convinced. They pointed out problems involving experimental methods, statistical analysis, replication, and the possibility that subtle flaws could influence the results. When later researchers tried to reproduce some of the findings, the picture became much less clear, and yet the experiment remains fascinating even if you completely reject the idea of psychic perception. Because the Ganzfeld condition reveals something extremely important about the brain. When normal sensory information becomes extremely uniform, the brain does not simply switch off. It starts generating its own experience. People can see patterns, shapes, flashes, movement, and even complex mental imagery despite there being no corresponding external scene. That tells us something profound about consciousness. Your brain is not just passively recording reality like a camera. It is constantly interpreting, predicting, and constructing what you experience. And sometimes, when the outside world becomes quiet enough, you can actually feel that construction happening. The real mystery may not be whether the mind can perceive information from somewhere else. It may be why the mind can create such convincing experiences when almost nothing is coming in at all. The rubber hand illusion, your brain can be convinced that a fake hand is part of your body, not metaphorically, not because you are pretending. For a few minutes, your sense of ownership over your own body can actually be manipulated. In one of the most famous experiments in psychology, researchers placed a rubber hand on a table in front of a participant while hiding their real hand behind a screen. The participant could see the fake hand, but could not see their real one. Then something incredibly simple happened. The researcher began stroking the rubber hand and the hidden real hand at exactly the same time, using the same rhythm and movement. At first, it just looked like two separate actions. But after a while, the participants started reporting something strange. They began to feel as though the rubber hand belonged to them. And then came the part that made the illusion famous. When researchers suddenly threatened the rubber hand with something sharp, some participants reacted as though their own hand was about to be injured. Their body could show a genuine stress response even though they knew, at some level, that the hand was obviously fake. Think about what that means. You assume your body belongs to you because it feels completely obvious. Your hand is your hand. Your skin is your skin. Your body has a fixed boundary. But your brain does not appear to know that boundary in the simple way you might imagine. Instead, it combines information from vision, touch, and the position of your limbs to constantly construct a sense of where you end and the outside world begins. When those signals are synchronized in just the right way, the brain can make an object feel like part of you. And this is where the experiment becomes much bigger than a rubber hand on a table. It suggests that your sense of self is not as permanent as it feels. The feeling of being inside your body is something your brain actively builds from incoming information. That may help explain why people can experience powerful changes in body ownership after injury, during certain neurological conditions, or even through virtual reality. The unsettling part is that you do not normally notice this construction happening. You simply experience yourself as you, but underneath that effortless feeling is a brain constantly asking a question you never consciously hear. What belongs to me? And remarkably, sometimes the answer can be a hand that was never alive in the first place. The mirror test. Most people walk past a mirror without giving it a second thought. You see your reflection, adjust your hair, maybe check your expression, and move on. It feels completely normal. But that simple moment reveals something extraordinary about the mind. Because not every creature looks into a mirror and realizes it is looking at itself. The mirror test was designed to explore one of the biggest questions in consciousness research. Can an animal recognize its own reflection as itself rather than another individual? The experiment is surprisingly straightforward. Researchers place a mark on an animal somewhere it cannot normally see, such as its forehead or face. Then the animal is given access to a mirror. If the animal notices the mark in the reflection and then touches or investigates the mark on its own body, researchers interpret that as evidence of self-recognition. At first, many animals react to their reflection as though they are seeing another animal. They may display aggression, curiosity, or social behaviors. To them, the image appears to be someone else, but a few species have produced results that caught scientists by surprise. Some great apes, dolphins, elephants, and even certain birds have shown behaviors suggesting they understand the reflection is connected to themselves. Instead of interacting with the image as another creature, They use the mirror to inspect parts of their own body. That might sound like a small achievement, but think about what it implies. To recognize yourself, you need some internal understanding that you exist as an individual separate from everything around you. The reflection is not just an image. It is you, and that realization raises an uncomfortable question. How much of your identity depends on the ability to see yourself from the outside? Humans develop this skill early in childhood, and once it appears, it feels effortless. But the mirror test revealed that self-awareness may not be distributed equally across the living world. It may emerge in different forms and at different levels. At the same time, the test sparked intense debate. Some scientists argue that failing the mirror test does not necessarily mean an animal lacks self-awareness. After all, the test relies heavily on vision. A species that experiences the world primarily through smell, sound, or other senses may not care about a mirror at all. That criticism makes the experiment even more fascinating, because it forces us to confront a deeper possibility. Maybe self-awareness is not one single ability that a creature either has or does not have. Maybe it exists on a spectrum, expressed in different ways across different minds. And if that is true, then the mirror is not just reflecting the animal in front of it. It is reflecting our assumptions about what consciousness really is. The Stanford Prison Experiment: what happens when ordinary people are given power over other human beings, and then told that their new role has rules. In 1971, psychologist Philip Zimbardo and his team created a fake prison in the basement of Stanford University. Healthy college students were randomly assigned to act as prisoners or guards. The experiment was supposed to last 2 weeks. It lasted 6 days. Things changed fast. The students playing prisoners were stripped of their identities and reduced to numbers. The students playing guards were given uniforms, authority, and control. What began as role-playing quickly became psychologically intense. Some guards became cruel and humiliating, while several prisoners experienced severe emotional distress. The situation became so disturbing that the researchers ended the study early. And this is what made the experiment famous. Zimbardo argued that the situation itself could dramatically shape human behavior. You could take ordinary people, place them inside a powerful social system, give some authority and take freedom away from others, and suddenly behavior could change in ways nobody expected. That idea is terrifying because it challenges the way we usually explain cruelty. We like to believe bad behavior comes from bad people. Someone is cruel because they are naturally cruel. Someone abuses power because something is wrong with their personality. But what if the environment matters more than we think? What if uniforms, rules, authority, group identity, and the expectations of everyone around you can slowly change what feels normal? There is an important problem, though. The Stanford Prison Experiment is not considered solid proof that ordinary people naturally become abusive when given power. Later criticism has challenged its methodology, including claims that researchers encouraged guards to behave in certain ways, and that the participants were not simply reacting spontaneously to their roles. That criticism does not make the story useless. It makes it more interesting, because even if the original experiment cannot support the enormous conclusions once attached to it, the underlying question remains incredibly important. Human behavior is influenced by social roles, leadership expectations, and the environment around us. Later research has continued exploring how group identity and authority can shape behavior. And maybe that is the most uncomfortable lesson. The danger is not simply that power can reveal who you already are. Sometimes, the system around you can teach you what kind of person it expects you to become. The Asch conformity experiments. Imagine being shown 3 lines and being asked which one matches the length of a 4th line. The answer is so obvious that you could probably get it right without thinking. Now imagine everyone around you confidently gives the wrong answer. Would you still say what you know is true? That was the uncomfortable question psychologist Solomon Asch tested in the 1950s. Participants were placed in a group and shown simple line comparisons. They were asked to identify which line matched a target line. But there was a catch. The other people in the room were secretly working with the researchers. On certain trials, they deliberately gave the same incorrect answer. The real participant had to answer after hearing everyone else. And something remarkable happened. Even though the correct answer was obvious, many participants sometimes went along with the group anyway. Across Asch's experiments, participants conformed to the group's incorrect majority on a substantial portion of the critical trials. Think about how strange that is. Nobody was threatening them. Nobody was forcing them. There was no punishment for giving the correct answer. There was just a room full of people confidently saying something that was clearly wrong. And still, that social pressure could make a person doubt their own eyes. This is where the experiment becomes much more disturbing than a simple test about lines. Because conformity does not always feel like surrender. Sometimes it feels like uncertainty. You start thinking, maybe I missed something. Maybe everyone else sees something I do not. Maybe I am the one who is wrong. And that tiny moment of doubt can be incredibly powerful. Asch also found that conformity changed depending on the social situation. When even one other person gave a different answer from the majority, participants were much less likely to conform. That suggests the pressure was not simply about being surrounded by people. It was about being isolated in your judgment. That matters far beyond a psychology experiment. Think about meetings where everyone agrees with the boss. Friend groups where nobody wants to challenge the popular opinion. Online communities where thousands of people repeat the same belief. Even families where questioning the usual way of thinking feels almost impossible. You may believe your opinions are entirely your own, but your brain is also constantly watching the people around you, looking for signals about what is normal, acceptable, and safe. And sometimes the most powerful influence is not someone telling you what to think. It is everyone else confidently thinking something different. The terrifying part is that you can know the group is wrong and still feel yourself wanting to agree. The Milgram obedience experiments. A stranger sits beside you, apparently strapped into a chair. You are told that every time he answers a memory question incorrectly, you must give him an electric shock. The shocks appear to become stronger with every mistake. Then he starts screaming. You want to stop. But the person running the experiment calmly tells you to continue. What would you do? That was the disturbing situation created by psychologist Stanley Milgram in the 1960s. He wanted to understand something that had become painfully important after the atrocities of the Second World War. How could ordinary people participate in terrible acts when an authority figure tells them to obey? The setup looked scientific. Participants were told they were taking part in a study about learning and punishment. Their job was to operate a machine with switches labeled with increasing levels of voltage. Each wrong answer from the supposed learner meant another shock. But the learner was actually an actor. The shocks were fake. The participants did not know that. As the experiment continued, the actor began protesting, complaining about his heart, demanding to be released, and eventually becoming completely silent. The real participant was often visibly distressed. Some sweated, trembled, laughed nervously, or questioned whether they should continue. And yet many kept going when the experimenter instructed them to proceed. In Milgram's original experiment, a surprising 65% of participants continued all the way to the highest shock level under the specific experimental conditions. That result shocked the world because the participants were not monsters. They were ordinary people placed inside a situation where authority, responsibility, and social pressure worked together. And that is what makes the experiment so uncomfortable. Obedience does not always feel like obedience. Sometimes it feels like responsibility being transferred to someone else. You think, the researcher knows what he is doing. He is the expert. If something were truly wrong, he would stop me. And that tiny mental shift can make an enormous difference. But there is an important complication. Later researchers have criticized aspects of Milgram's methods and interpretation, and the exact meaning of the experiment remains debated. People do not simply obey authority blindly, and small changes in the situation can dramatically affect behavior. Still, the core question refuses to disappear. When an authority figure tells you something is acceptable, how much of your own judgment are you willing to surrender? The frightening lesson is not that humans are naturally cruel. It is that under the right circumstances, ordinary people can become remarkably good at convincing themselves that someone else is responsible for what they are doing. The Stroop experiment: try saying the color of the ink instead of reading the word. The word is blue, but the ink is red. Your job is to say red. Sounds easy, until your brain gets in the way. The Stroop experiment revealed something surprisingly deep about how attention works. In the 1930s, psychologist John Ridley Stroop studied what happens when two pieces of information compete for control of your mind. In the classic task, you see color words printed in either matching or conflicting ink colors. When the word blue is printed in blue ink, your brain handles the task easily. But when the word blue is printed in red ink, something changes. You know exactly what you are supposed to do. Yet your response slows down. You may even say the wrong answer. And that tiny hesitation exposes something happening inside your brain that you normally never notice. Reading is so deeply learned that your brain automatically processes the written word. You do not have to consciously decide to read it. The word enters your mind, and its meaning arrives almost instantly. But naming a color requires you to ignore that automatic response and focus on something else. So now two pieces of information are fighting for attention. Your brain knows the instruction, but another process is already running. That is the Stroop effect. And it tells us something important about human behavior. Not everything your brain does is under direct conscious control. Some mental processes become so automatic that simply deciding to ignore them is not enough to make them disappear. Think about how often this happens outside a psychology experiment. You try not to look at your phone, but your hand reaches for it when you hear a notification. You try to stay calm during an argument, but your body reacts before you have chosen your response. You know a familiar route is wrong, yet you almost turn automatically because your brain expects the usual direction. Your conscious mind can give an instruction, but your automatic systems may already be moving. That is why the Stroop experiment became much more than a test involving colored words. It became a powerful demonstration of cognitive interference, the moment when competing mental processes collide and one interferes with another. And here is the part that should make you uncomfortable. You can be completely aware of what you want to do and still struggle to make your brain do it, because consciousness may give the command. But the machinery underneath it has a momentum of its own. The change blindness experiments, you can look directly at something and still completely miss the fact that it has changed. That sounds impossible until you see it happen. In one famous experiment, researchers showed people two nearly identical images one after another. Between the images, a small detail had been changed. Maybe an object disappeared. Maybe part of a building moved. Maybe a person in the scene suddenly looked different. But there was a brief interruption between the images, and that tiny interruption was enough to hide an enormous change. People could stare at the pictures again and again without noticing what had happened. Researchers called this change blindness. Now here is why that matters. We walk through the world believing our eyes are constantly recording everything around us. It feels like you see an entire scene in rich detail, and your brain simply keeps updating it every second. But that is not really what is happening. Your visual system is selective. Your attention jumps between important details, and your brain uses expectations and memory to build a stable experience of the world. If a change happens outside the part of the scene your attention is actively tracking, you may never consciously notice it. And the strangest part is that you can feel completely confident that you would have noticed. Imagine watching someone speak to you in a crowded place. You are focused on their face, listening to their words, and trying to understand what they are saying. Meanwhile, people are walking behind them, cars are moving, signs are changing, and dozens of tiny things are happening around you. Your brain does not store every detail. It cannot. Instead, it builds a useful version of reality from the information it considers important. This is why change blindness can have serious consequences. Researchers have even demonstrated related failures of visual awareness in everyday interactions, including situations where people fail to notice that the person they are talking to has been replaced when attention is disrupted. And that is where the experiment becomes unsettling. Your experience of seeing feels complete, but your awareness may actually be full of holes. You can look at a scene and later swear that you saw everything, even though your brain never encoded many of the details you assumed were there. This does not mean your vision is broken. It means your brain is efficient. It gives you enough information to function while quietly ignoring enormous amounts of what is happening around you. So the next time you think, I would definitely notice if something changed, be careful. Your confidence may be based on an illusion, because sometimes the biggest thing you fail to see is the fact that you failed to see it. The invisible gorilla experiment. You are watching a basketball game. Players are moving quickly, passing the ball, and weaving around each other. Your job is simple. Count how many times one team passes the ball. You are focused. You are paying attention. You are trying to get the answer right. And then a person in a full gorilla costume walks directly through the middle of the action. You see it. Surely you would notice something that ridiculous. Except a surprising number of people do not. That was the point of the famous invisible gorilla experiment. created by psychologists Daniel Simons and Christopher Chabris. Participants watched a short video and were asked to count passes between players. While they were concentrating on that task, a person wearing a gorilla costume walked through the scene, stopped in the middle, and then left. Many participants completely missed it. And when researchers asked them afterward whether they noticed anything unusual, some were genuinely shocked to learn that they had failed to see the gorilla. This phenomenon is called inattentional blindness. It does not mean their eyes stopped working. The gorilla was right there. Light from the gorilla reached their eyes. Their visual system was receiving the information, but their attention was occupied somewhere else. And this is where the experiment becomes disturbing. You can look directly at something without consciously experiencing it. We usually think attention works like a spotlight that reveals whatever is in front of us. But it is more like a filter. Your brain is constantly deciding what information deserves your limited mental resources. When you focus intensely on one goal, you can become surprisingly blind to things that are physically obvious. Think about driving while searching for a specific street sign, walking through a crowded airport while looking for your gate, checking your phone while someone is talking to you. You may genuinely believe you are taking in everything around you. You are not. Your brain is choosing, and the choice is often based on what you expect to matter. That is why the invisible gorilla is more than a clever psychology trick. It exposes a weakness built into normal human perception. We do not simply see the world and then decide what matters. What we believe matters can influence what we actually notice. And that means two people can stand in exactly the same place, look at exactly the same scene, and walk away with completely different versions of what happened. The strangest part is not that people missed the gorilla. It is that many of them were completely confident they would never miss something so obvious. The cocktail party effect. Imagine standing in a crowded room where dozens of people are talking at the same time. Music is playing, glasses are clinking, conversations overlap, and you can barely understand the person standing right in front of you. Then someone across the room says your name. Suddenly, you notice. Your attention snaps toward the sound almost before you consciously decide to listen. That strange ability is known as the cocktail party effect, and it reveals something fascinating about how your brain decides what deserves your attention. The idea became famous through research by psychologist Colin Cherry, who studied how people handle competing conversations. In one experiment, people listened to different messages being played into each ear and were asked to focus on only one of them. They could follow the conversation they were told to pay attention to remarkably well. But when researchers asked what they remembered from the ignored conversation, most participants could recall very little. It seemed as though the unattended information had simply disappeared. But then came the interesting part. Even when you are not consciously listening to another conversation, your brain can still monitor parts of it. Your own name is one of the strongest examples. If someone says your name in a noisy room, it can suddenly break through the background. That means your brain is not completely ignoring everything you are not consciously attending to. It is screening the information. Somewhere in the background, your nervous system is constantly checking the environment for signals that might suddenly matter, and this happens without you deliberately telling it to. Think about how strange that is. You can be deeply involved in one conversation while your brain is quietly monitoring dozens of other sounds. You do not experience all of that information consciously, because that would overwhelm you. Instead, your attention acts like a gatekeeper. Most things stay outside your awareness, but something important can trigger the gate to open. Your name, a sudden alarm, a familiar voice, a sound associated with danger, something emotionally meaningful. This helps explain why attention is not simply about choosing what to hear. It is also about your brain constantly deciding what might be important enough to interrupt you. And that changes how we think about consciousness. You may feel like you are consciously controlling where your attention goes. But sometimes attention moves first, pulled by information you were not even aware you were processing. Your mind is listening even when you think you are not listening. And somewhere beneath your conscious awareness, it is always asking one question. Is there anything here that matters to me? The blind sight experiments imagine losing your sight and still being able to tell what is in front of you. Not because you can see it. Not because you can describe an image in your mind, but because some part of your brain is responding to the world, even though you have no conscious experience of seeing it. That strange phenomenon is called blind sight. It was discovered through studies of people who had damage to the visual cortex, the part of the brain normally responsible for conscious visual experience. These people could report that they could not see objects in a particular part of their visual field. Researchers then asked them to guess where an object was located, what direction it was moving, or sometimes even what shape it might have. The patients often insisted they were only guessing, but their guesses were sometimes far more accurate than random chance. Think about how disturbing that would feel. You look at something and genuinely experience nothing. There is no picture, no obvious visual sensation. Yet when someone asks you to guess, your brain somehow gives you the right answer more often than it should. This tells us something incredibly important about consciousness. Seeing information and consciously experiencing seeing information are not necessarily the same thing. Your eyes collect signals from the environment. Those signals travel through complicated neural pathways. Some of that information normally reaches the visual areas that help create your conscious experience. But the brain has other pathways too. When certain parts of the visual system are damaged, some visual information can still travel through alternative routes and influence behavior without producing normal conscious vision. That means your brain can respond to something you do not consciously experience. And this is where blind sight becomes much bigger than a medical curiosity. Think about everything you experience as obvious. You see a face. You notice movement. You recognize an object. It feels like the world simply appears inside your mind. But blind sight suggests that underneath conscious experience, your brain may be processing far more information than you ever become aware of. You might react to something before you know why. You might sense that something is wrong without being able to explain it. You might notice a movement without remembering seeing it. That does not mean every mysterious feeling is a hidden form of perception. But blind sight gives scientists a real example of something much stranger. The brain can process information without giving you the conscious experience that usually comes with it. And that leaves us with a deeply uncomfortable question. If your brain can see something without you experiencing seeing it, then how much of the world is your mind processing right now without ever telling you? Maybe consciousness is not the entire operation. Maybe it is only the part of the operation you get to experience. The hemispatial neglect experiments imagine sitting down to eat a meal and completely ignoring everything on one side of your plate. Not because you cannot see it, but because, to you, that side of the world barely seems to exist. That is what can happen with hemispatial neglect. The condition often appears after damage to particular areas of the brain, especially after a stroke affecting the right side of the brain. A person may behave as though the left side of space has disappeared from their awareness. Researchers have studied this by giving patients simple tasks like drawing a clock, copying a picture, or marking lines on a page. And the results can be astonishing. Ask someone with severe left-sided neglect to draw a clock, and they may place most of the numbers on the right side, leaving the left half almost completely empty. Show them a picture containing objects on both sides, and they may reproduce only the objects on the right. Even eating can become strange. A person may eat the food on the right side of a plate and leave everything on the left untouched. But here is the part that makes this condition so fascinating. The problem is not simply that their eyes cannot see the missing side. Their eyes may be perfectly capable of receiving the information. The problem is that the brain is failing to give that information normal attention and awareness. It is almost as though the person's internal map of reality has been damaged. And this reveals something we rarely think about. We assume the world we experience is the world that physically exists around us. But your conscious reality is not a perfect copy of the outside world. Your brain constructs a version of that world based on what it can process and what it considers important. When the systems responsible for attention and spatial awareness are damaged, that constructed reality can change dramatically. Some patients may even deny that anything is wrong. If you ask them about the missing side, they may insist they can see normally. In certain cases, they can even behave as though an affected limb does not belong to them. That is incredibly unsettling, because it means awareness can fail without the person necessarily realizing that awareness has failed, and this gives us a powerful lesson about consciousness. You cannot simply trust the feeling that you are seeing everything. The feeling of completeness is itself something your brain creates most of the time. That system works so smoothly that you never notice it. But hemispatial neglect pulls the curtain back. It shows that your experience of reality depends on attention, brain networks, and an internal map that can be altered. The world does not have to disappear for your mind to stop experiencing part of it. Sometimes the world stays exactly where it is. It is your awareness that moves away. The split brain language experiments imagine knowing the answer to a question but being unable to say it out loud. Not because you forgot, not because you do not understand, but because the information is sitting in one side of your brain, while the part responsible for speaking cannot access it. That strange possibility became visible in split brain research, particularly through experiments involving people whose brain hemispheres had been surgically disconnected to reduce severe epilepsy. The key structure that had been severed was the corpus callosum, the enormous network of nerve fibers connecting the brain's two hemispheres. Without those connections, information could become trapped on one side, and language made the difference impossible to ignore. For most people, the left hemisphere plays a major role in producing spoken language, so researchers could present information to the right hemisphere in carefully controlled ways, and then ask the participant to describe what they had seen. Sometimes, they simply could not. Imagine an object being shown to the left side of your visual field. The information primarily reaches the right hemisphere. You know something is there in a sense, but when asked to name it aloud, you may struggle because the information has not reached the language systems that normally produce the answer. Then researchers could sometimes ask the person to respond using their hands. And suddenly the hidden knowledge appeared. A hand controlled largely by the right hemisphere could point toward the correct object, choose it from a group, or even manipulate it, while the person continued insisting they did not know what they had seen. That is the part that makes these experiments so unsettling. The person is not simply pretending. Different parts of the same brain can contain different pieces of information, while the conscious person experiences only part of what is available. It challenges one of our deepest assumptions about language. We often treat speaking as proof that someone knows something. But these experiments showed that language can be more like a window into one part of the brain rather than a perfect report from the entire mind. And that matters because your inner experience feels unified. You feel like one person thinking one thought. Yet beneath that feeling are specialized systems processing vision, movement language, memory, and emotion. Most of the time, they cooperate so smoothly that you never notice the division. Split brain experiments exposed what happens when that cooperation breaks down. The result was almost like watching one person become a laboratory for two partially separated streams of information. And the deeper mystery is not simply how the hemispheres communicate. It is how they normally create the powerful feeling that there is one you sitting inside your head, thinking, speaking, and understanding everything as a single mind. The patient HM experiments. Imagine waking up every morning and meeting the people around you as if you have never seen them before. You can speak normally. You can hold a conversation. You can remember things from years ago. You can even learn certain new skills. But ask what happened yesterday, and the answer may simply disappear. That was the extraordinary case of patient HM, one of the most important patients in the history of neuroscience. In 1953, HM, whose full name was Henry Molaison, underwent brain surgery to treat severe epilepsy. Surgeons removed parts of the medial temporal lobes on both sides of his brain, including much of the hippocampus. The surgery reduced his seizures, but it produced something nobody fully understood at the time. HM developed profound anterograde amnesia. He could not reliably form new long-term memories of everyday events. Researchers could meet with him, leave the room, come back later, and he might greet them as though they were meeting for the first time. Think about what that means. Your memories are not just a collection of facts stored somewhere in your brain. They help create the feeling that your life has continuity. You remember what happened this morning, what happened last week, who you met, what you experienced. HM could lose that continuity while remaining intelligent, articulate, and capable of many other forms of thinking. But then researchers discovered something even stranger. HM could learn certain motor skills even though he had no conscious memory of practicing them. One famous task involved repeatedly drawing a shape while watching his hand only through a mirror. Over time, his performance improved. Yet when researchers asked him whether he had done the task before, he often could not remember. His body had learned. His conscious memory had not. This was a scientific earthquake because it showed that memory was not one single system. There are different kinds of memory. supported by different brain networks. Your ability to remember an event, learn a skill, recognize information, and retain knowledge can depend on different mechanisms. HM became a living demonstration of something we normally take for granted. You are not your memory in one simple sense. Part of you can forget an experience, while another part of you can still be changed by it. A person can honestly have no idea that they have practiced something before, yet their performance can improve because the brain remembers in a way consciousness cannot access. And that leaves a haunting question. If your conscious memories disappeared, but your habits, skills, emotions, and learned responses remained, how much of you would still feel like you? HM could not remember much of his new life, but his brain was still learning, and that changed what science understood about memory forever. The Deja Vu experiments: you walk into a place you have never visited before, and suddenly something feels deeply familiar. The room looks right. The atmosphere feels right. For a few seconds, you are almost certain you have already lived this exact moment. But you have not. That eerie sensation is déjà vu, and scientists have spent decades trying to understand why the brain can produce such a powerful feeling of familiarity when the memory itself does not seem to exist. Researchers have recreated parts of this experience in controlled experiments by manipulating how people perceive places, images, and patterns. One approach involves exposing people to layouts that share subtle similarities with places they have seen before, without making the connection obvious. Later, when participants encounter a new environment that resembles the earlier one, some report a strange sense that they have experienced it before. The important detail is that familiarity and actual recollection are not the same thing. Your brain can produce the feeling that something is familiar without giving you a clear memory of when or where you experienced it. That distinction is incredibly important. Think about recognizing a face in a crowd. You might instantly feel that you know the person, but you cannot remember their name. The feeling arrives first. The explanation comes later, if it comes at all. Déjà vu may involve something similar. Your brain detects a pattern that resembles something stored in memory, but the system responsible for retrieving the original context does not provide a matching episode. You get the sensation of recognition without the memory that should explain it. And this becomes even more fascinating because déjà vu can occur during certain neurological conditions, including temporal lobe epilepsy. Researchers have found that unusual activity in brain regions involved in memory and familiarity can produce powerful feelings of having experienced something before. So that mysterious moment when reality suddenly feels repeated may not require anything supernatural. It may be your memory system briefly sending conflicting signals. One part of your brain says, "This feels familiar." Another part says, "There is no memory here that explains why." And your conscious mind experiences the disagreement as something almost impossible to describe. That is why déjà vu feels so strange. You are not simply remembering. You are experiencing the feeling of remembering without a clear memory attached to it. And that exposes something deeper about consciousness. We tend to believe our memories are records of what happened. But the brain does not simply retrieve perfect recordings. It constantly evaluates familiarity, context, expectation, and past experience. Sometimes those systems line up perfectly, and sometimes for a few seconds they do not. When that happens, the present can feel like a repetition of something that never actually happened. The unsettling part is that the feeling can be completely convincing. Your brain does not have to give you a real memory to make you feel certain that you have been here before. The McGurk effect. You hear one sound, but you see someone making a different sound, and your brain can create a third sound that was never actually spoken. It sounds impossible until you experience it. The McGurk effect was discovered when researchers were studying how the brain combines information from the eyes and ears during speech. In the classic demonstration, a person hears one syllable through headphones while watching a video of someone producing a different syllable with their mouth. Your ears are giving your brain one message. Your eyes are giving it another. And instead of simply choosing one, your brain can blend them into something completely different. For example, you might hear a sound like ba while watching lips that appear to produce ga. Your brain can perceive something closer to da. Nobody actually said that third sound. Your brain constructed it. And this is where the experiment becomes much more important than a strange audio trick. We usually imagine hearing as something simple. Someone speaks, sound waves reach your ears, and your brain decodes the words. But real speech is not processed through your ears alone. Your brain watches faces, reads lips, tracks timing, and combines all of those signals into one interpretation. Vision can actually change what you hear. That means your conscious experience is not always a direct reflection of the information entering your senses. Your brain is constantly making decisions about what the information means. Think about being in a noisy restaurant. You can understand a friend much more easily when you can see their face. If the sound cuts out for a moment, you may still understand what they said because your brain is using the movements of their mouth and the context of the conversation. You are not just hearing speech. You are predicting it. And the McGurk effect exposes that process because the prediction can go wrong. Your eyes say one thing, your ears say another. Your brain tries to make the two signals fit together, and the result can be an experience that does not perfectly match either source. That is a powerful reminder that perception is not passive. Your senses do not simply deliver reality to your consciousness. Your brain interprets the evidence and constructs the experience you actually perceive. And that explains why two people can receive the same sensory information and still experience it differently. The world sends signals. Your brain turns those signals into meaning. And sometimes what you experience is not what your eyes saw or what your ears heard. It is what your brain decided those signals must mean. The phantom limb experiments. Imagine losing an arm and then waking up with the terrifying sensation that the arm is still there. You can feel fingers that no longer exist. You might feel your hand curled into a painful position. You may even feel an itch in a place that physically cannot be touched. How can you feel a body part that is gone? That mystery led neurologist Vilayana Ramachandran to some of the most fascinating experiments in neuroscience. People with amputations often experience phantom limbs, and researchers wanted to understand why the brain could continue producing such vivid sensations after the physical limb had disappeared. One of the most famous demonstrations used something incredibly simple, a mirror. Ramachandran placed a mirror vertically between a patient's remaining arm and the space where the missing arm would normally be. The person could then see the reflection of their healthy arm as though it were the missing one. Then they moved the real arm while watching its reflection. For some patients, something remarkable happened. The brain began receiving visual information suggesting that the missing limb was moving. In certain cases, This could reduce painful phantom sensations or create the feeling that the phantom limb had moved. Think about how strange that is. Nothing physical was restored. No nerves were reconnected. No artificial arm was attached. The only thing that changed was the information reaching the brain, and yet the experience of the body could change. This helped support a powerful idea about how the brain represents the body. Your sense of having a body is not simply created by the body itself. Your brain maintains an internal map of your limbs and combines signals from vision, touch, movement, and expectation to construct the feeling that your body belongs to you. After an amputation, parts of that neural representation can remain even though the physical limb is gone. So the brain can continue generating sensations from a body part that no longer exists. The mirror trick takes advantage of that internal map by giving the brain convincing visual evidence that the missing limb is still present. And that leads to a much deeper question. If the brain can create such a powerful feeling of a missing limb, how much of your ordinary body experience is also constructed? You feel your hand because you have a hand, but you also feel your hand because your brain constantly predicts where it should be, what it should feel like, and how it should move. The phantom limb experiments reveal something almost unsettling. Your experience of your body is not a perfect reflection of your physical body. It is a model your brain builds. And sometimes, that model can survive even after the body itself has changed. The out-of-body illusion experiments imagine looking down and seeing your own body standing several feet away from you. You know that is impossible. You know where your body actually is. And yet, for a few moments, it can feel like you are somewhere else entirely. Researchers have created versions of this experience in laboratories using virtual reality and carefully synchronized sensory signals. One of the most famous approaches involves placing a person inside a virtual environment where they can see a body from behind, as though they are looking at themselves from outside their physical body. Then researchers synchronize what the person sees with what they feel. For example, the virtual body might appear to be touched at exactly the same time that the person feels a touch on their real body. When the timing and visual information line up closely enough, something strange can happen. The person may begin to experience the virtual body as belonging to them. Their brain starts treating that artificial body as part of their own physical self, and researchers can push the illusion even further. If the visual perspective suggests that your point of view is located somewhere outside your physical body, while the sensory signals support that perspective, you can experience a temporary shift in where you feel located. You are still physically in the same place, but your conscious sense of where you are can move. That is the part that makes these experiments so unsettling. We normally assume that the feeling of being inside our body is automatic and permanent. You do not have to think about where you are located. You simply experience the world from somewhere behind your eyes. But these experiments suggest that even that basic feeling is constructed. Your brain combines vision, touch, movement, and information about your body position to create a stable sense of where you are. When those signals become unusual or carefully manipulated, the brain can update the model. And suddenly, the boundary between you and the body you are looking at becomes surprisingly flexible. This does not prove that consciousness can literally leave the body. The experiments demonstrate something different and scientifically fascinating. They show that the experience of being located inside your body can be manipulated by changing the information your brain receives. That matters because your sense of self feels like the most certain thing you have. You can doubt what you see. You can doubt what you remember. But you rarely doubt where you are. These experiments show that even that certainty depends on your brain successfully combining signals from the outside world and your own body. Your body may be physically fixed in one location, but the feeling of being you inside that body is something your brain is constantly constructing. The body swap experiments. Here is a thought that sounds ridiculous until scientists actually make it happen. You can look at another person's body, feel something touching that body, and for a moment, your brain can start treating that body as your own. That is the strange discovery behind the body swap experiments. Researchers have used virtual reality to manipulate the feeling of body ownership. A participant might wear a headset and see another person's body from the same perspective they would normally see their own body. At the same time, researchers synchronize touches on the participant's real body with touches appearing on the virtual body. The timing matters. When the visual and physical sensations line up closely enough, the brain starts connecting them. Suddenly, the body on the screen does not feel like something you are simply watching. It can begin to feel like something you are inside, and researchers have taken this much further. In some experiments, people have been placed into virtual bodies with different appearances, ages, or even different sexes. The goal is not just to make people see another body, but to test how easily the brain can update its internal model of who that body belongs to. The results reveal something surprisingly flexible about identity. Your brain is constantly receiving information about where your body is, what it looks like, and what is happening to it. It combines those signals into a feeling of ownership. This is my hand. This is my face. This is where I am. But those feelings are not simply hardwired facts. They are constructed from sensory information, and when researchers manipulate that information, the brain can temporarily accept something that should obviously be impossible. A fake body can feel like yours. A virtual body can feel like yours. Even another person's body can become strangely connected to your sense of self. That does not mean you literally believe you have physically transformed into someone else. The effect is usually temporary and depends heavily on carefully synchronized sensory cues. But the psychological impact is still profound, because we normally think of identity as something deep and permanent. You are you because you have your memories, your personality, your history, and your body. Yet these experiments show that one part of that identity, the feeling that this particular body belongs to me, can be surprisingly flexible. And that tells us something powerful about consciousness. The feeling of being a self may not come from one mysterious center inside your brain. It may emerge from thousands of signals constantly agreeing with each other. Your brain keeps checking where your body is, what it looks like, what it feels, and how it moves. When those signals match, you experience something incredibly convincing. Me. And when scientists deliberately disrupt that agreement, even the boundary between you and someone else can begin to blur. The rubber foot illusion. Your brain can be tricked into feeling that a fake foot is part of your body, and the disturbing part is how quickly the illusion can begin. Researchers created this effect by placing a realistic artificial foot where a person's real foot would normally appear, while hiding the actual foot from view. The participant could see the fake foot, but could not see their real one. Then the experiment began. A researcher touched the fake foot while simultaneously touching the participant's hidden real foot. The movements were carefully synchronized so that the person saw and felt the same thing happening in the same place. At first, it seems like nothing more than a visual trick, but after repeated synchronized stimulation, the brain begins connecting the signals. The fake foot starts to feel strangely connected to the person's body. And then researchers can test just how convincing that feeling has become. They might threaten the artificial foot with a sharp object or suddenly move it in a way that suggests it could be injured. Some participants show signs of discomfort or a protective reaction, as though something belonging to their own body is in danger. The foot is fake. The threat is fake. But the response can be real. This works because your brain does not experience your body by relying on one signal. It constantly combines vision, touch, movement, and information about where your limbs should be. When all those signals agree, the brain creates a powerful feeling of body ownership. This is my foot. This belongs to me. But when researchers carefully manipulate those signals, the brain can make a surprisingly different decision. And that tells us something important about the sense of self. You probably feel that your body is an obvious fact. Your foot is your foot. There is no debate. You do not need to consciously remind yourself of that every few seconds. But your brain is actually maintaining that certainty moment by moment. It is constantly checking whether what you see matches what you feel. When the information becomes synchronized, even an artificial body part can begin to enter that internal map. The experiment does not mean your brain cannot tell the difference between real and fake forever. The illusion depends on specific conditions and usually fades when the sensory signals stop matching. But for a short period, something extraordinary happens. The boundary between your physical body and an object outside it becomes flexible, and that forces us to rethink something we normally take for granted. The feeling that your body belongs to you may seem like the most basic truth about being conscious, but experiments like this suggest it is not simply something you have. It is something your brain continuously builds. The sleeping brain experiments, at night when you close your eyes and fall asleep, it feels like consciousness simply disappears. But your brain does not shut down. In fact, some of the strangest experiments in neuroscience have shown that the sleeping brain can remain surprisingly active, processing information, building memories, creating vivid experiences, and sometimes even becoming aware that it is dreaming. Scientists have studied sleep using electroencephalography, which records electrical activity from the brain. Different stages of sleep produce different patterns, and during rapid eye movement sleep, the brain can become highly active while the body remains largely still. This is when some of the most vivid dreams occur. Researchers discovered something even more fascinating when they began studying lucid dreamers. A lucid dream is a dream in which the person realizes that they are dreaming while the dream is still happening. That sounds impossible. If you are asleep, how can you suddenly become aware that you are inside a dream? Researchers found a clever way to test it. Before going to sleep, lucid dreamers were trained to make a specific pattern of eye movements whenever they realized they were dreaming. Because the eyes continue moving during rapid eye movement sleep, researchers could record those deliberate signals while the person remained asleep. So the sleeping person could essentially communicate with researchers without waking up. They could enter a dream, become consciously aware inside it, and then signal that awareness through their eyes. That changed the way scientists thought about consciousness during sleep. It showed that consciousness is not simply an on or off switch. There can be different states of awareness with different levels of access to memory, perception, reasoning, and self-awareness. And sleep experiments reveal something even more surprising. Your sleeping brain can still process information from the outside world. Sounds can influence dreams. Emotional experiences can affect dream content. And during certain stages of sleep, the brain actively strengthens and reorganizes memories from the day. So while you feel completely disconnected from the world, your brain may still be sorting through what happened. That means sleep is not just unconsciousness. It is a different mode of consciousness. Your brain changes the rules. External information becomes weaker. Internal imagery becomes stronger. Your sense of time can distort. Your body can feel completely different. And sometimes, you can become aware of the entire experience without actually waking up. The strangest part is that you can spend hours inside a world that feels completely real, then open your eyes and realize that none of it physically happened. The dream was not outside you. It was being generated by your brain. And for a few hours every night, your mind becomes a reality generator powerful enough to make you forget that you are dreaming. The lucid dreaming experiments. You are asleep, dreaming that you are walking through a city. Everything feels completely real. You can see the buildings, hear people talking, and feel the ground beneath your feet. Then suddenly, you realize something. This is a dream. You are still asleep, but now you know it. That strange state is called lucid dreaming, and scientists have actually found ways to communicate with people while they are inside it. For decades, researchers wondered whether people claiming to control or recognize their dreams were genuinely conscious during sleep or simply remembering the experience incorrectly after waking up. Then scientists found a way to test it. They worked with experienced lucid dreamers and monitored their brain activity while they slept. Before going to sleep, participants were given a simple instruction. Once they became aware that they were dreaming, they should make a predetermined pattern of eye movements. This worked because during rapid eye movement sleep, the body is largely prevented from acting out dreams, but the eyes can still move. So a person could be asleep, inside a dream, and deliberately move their eyes in a pattern that researchers could detect. That was extraordinary. The sleeper was not awake in the ordinary sense, but they were conscious enough to recognize the dream and follow an instruction. Researchers could sometimes even ask questions while participants remained asleep. The dreamer could respond using eye movements or other agreed signals. That meant consciousness and wakefulness were not the same thing, and this changes how we think about dreaming. A normal dream can feel like something that simply happens to you. You are inside the story, reacting to whatever your brain creates. But during a lucid dream, another layer of awareness can appear. You realize that the world around you is being generated by your own mind. Some people can then deliberately change parts of the dream. They can fly, explore impossible environments, talk to dream characters, or intentionally alter what happens next. But the science is not saying that lucid dreaming gives you unlimited control over the brain. The degree of control varies, and much of the dream can remain unpredictable. The fascinating part is simply that a person can become aware inside a world that does not physically exist. Think about how strange that is. Your brain can create a complete environment, populate it with people, sounds, emotions, and movement, and then place your conscious awareness inside that environment. And sometimes you can realize what is happening without waking up. That means the feeling of reality can exist without the outside world actually being there. When you are dreaming, your brain can generate the scene. When you become lucid, your consciousness can recognize the illusion while still remaining inside it. For a brief moment, the mind becomes both the creator of the world and the person watching it happen. And that may be one of the clearest demonstrations that consciousness is not simply about what exists outside your brain. It is also about what your brain can convince you is real. The REM sleep experiments. Something strange happens every night while you sleep. Your brain can become highly active. Your eyes begin moving rapidly beneath your eyelids. Your muscles become almost completely paralyzed, and yet your mind can be running through entire worlds. This is rapid eye movement sleep, usually called REM sleep, and the experiments surrounding it changed what scientists thought sleep actually was. In the 1950s, researchers studying sleeping people noticed something unusual. Their eyes were not simply still behind closed eyelids. They were moving rapidly in different directions during particular periods of sleep. When scientists woke people during these periods, they were much more likely to report vivid dreams. That discovery was a major turning point. Sleep was no longer just a quiet shutdown of the brain. It had recognizable stages, patterns, and biological activity. Researchers also discovered something even stranger about the body during REM sleep. Your brain is highly active, but most of your major skeletal muscles become temporarily inhibited. This is called REM atonia. It is basically a protective system. Your brain can create a dream where you are running, fighting, falling, or jumping, but your body usually does not physically perform those movements. Without that temporary paralysis, acting out dreams could be extremely dangerous. And yet the brain does not become completely disconnected from the outside world. Experiments have shown that sounds and other sensory information can sometimes influence dreams. Emotional experiences can also shape what happens during sleep. That means your sleeping brain is not simply producing random images. It is processing information, regulating emotions, and interacting with memories while you remain physically disconnected from normal waking behavior. Researchers have also studied what happens when people are repeatedly awakened during REM sleep. The results can be brutal. Repeated REM disruption can produce intense sleepiness, irritability, difficulty concentrating, and changes in mood. The exact effects vary between studies and individuals, but the research made one thing clear. REM sleep is doing something important. It is not wasted time. And here is the unsettling part. During REM sleep, your brain can generate experiences that feel completely real even though your body is lying motionless in bed. You can feel fear without an actual threat. You can feel movement without going anywhere. You can see people who are not there. You can experience entire conversations that never happened. Your brain can build a world from the inside. And for a few hours every night, your consciousness operates under a completely different set of rules. You are not simply unconscious. You are somewhere between the outside world and a reality your brain is generating on its own. That is what makes REM sleep so fascinating. The same brain that helps you experience the real world can temporarily create an entirely different one, while your body remains perfectly still. And when you finally wake up, that entire reality can vanish within seconds, leaving you with nothing but a fading memory that, for a moment, felt completely real. The dream deprivation experiments take away someone's dreams night after night, and you might expect almost nothing to happen. They are still breathing, still eating, still going to work. Their body is there, so surely their mind should be fine. But when scientists began repeatedly waking people whenever they entered rapid eye movement sleep, things started getting strange. The goal was to prevent dreaming, or at least disrupt the sleep stage most strongly associated with vivid dreaming. Researchers would monitor participants while they slept and wake them repeatedly whenever REM sleep appeared. At first, the effects seemed manageable. The participants were simply tired, but after repeated nights of disruption, many became increasingly irritable, emotionally unstable, and mentally exhausted. Some studies reported changes in concentration, mood, and perceptual experiences. And then came one of the most fascinating observations. When participants were finally allowed to sleep normally again, they sometimes spent more time in REM sleep than usual. Researchers called this REM rebound. It looked as though the brain was trying to recover something it had been repeatedly denied. That raised a huge question. Why would the brain fight so hard to return to a particular stage of sleep? For decades, scientists wondered whether dreaming itself was biologically necessary. But the answer turned out to be much more complicated. Dreams and REM sleep are not exactly the same thing. People can dream during other stages of sleep, and REM sleep serves biological functions that may extend beyond dreaming. So these experiments did not prove that humans need dreams in the simple way we need food or oxygen, but they revealed something incredibly important about sleep. The sleeping brain is actively regulating itself. When researchers repeatedly interrupt a particular sleep stage, the brain does not simply accept the loss. It changes, it pushes back. And that tells us something about consciousness too. During the day, you experience yourself as being in control. You decide when to wake up, when to work, when to rest, and what to focus on. But while you sleep, another system takes over. Your brain decides when you enter different states, how long you remain there, and when it is time to move between them. You are still you, but you are no longer directing the process. And when scientists repeatedly interfere with that process, the brain responds as though something important has been disturbed. The most unsettling part is that you do not need to remember a dream for your sleeping brain to have been doing enormous amounts of work. You can wake up with no memory of what happened during the night and still be affected by how that night unfolded. Your conscious mind may remember nothing, but your brain remembers that something was missing. And perhaps that is the strangest lesson from dream deprivation. Consciousness does not end when you stop paying attention to it. Sometimes, the most important things your brain is doing are happening while you have no idea they are happening at all. The NREM lucid dream experiments. Most people think lucid dreaming belongs to one specific state of sleep. You fall into a vivid dream, realize you are dreaming, and somehow become conscious while the dream continues. But then scientists found something that complicated the entire picture. Lucid dreams are strongly associated with rapid eye movement sleep when brain activity becomes more similar to wakefulness. Yet researchers have reported lucid dream experiences during non-rapid eye movement sleep, usually called NREM sleep, where dreaming was once considered much less vivid and much less likely to involve clear self-awareness. That raised a strange possibility. Maybe consciousness does not simply switch off when you enter deep sleep. Scientists have studied people who report becoming aware while dreaming during NREM stages and have used sleep recordings to determine whether these experiences are actually occurring during NREM sleep, rather than being confused memories from REM sleep or brief awakenings. In some cases, researchers have found evidence of dream experiences accompanied by unusual levels of awareness during NREM sleep. But there is an important catch. NREM lucid dreaming appears to be much less common and much harder to verify than lucid dreaming during REM sleep. Researchers still debate exactly how frequently it occurs and how it should be defined. And that uncertainty is what makes the experiments fascinating. Because sleep is not one simple state. Your brain moves through different stages, and your experience can change dramatically between them. During deep NREM sleep, your awareness of the outside world becomes extremely limited. Your body is resting, your brain is producing slow electrical patterns, and your sense of time can become almost non-existent. Yet under certain conditions, some people report having structured experiences while remaining asleep. They can sometimes describe scenes, thoughts, sensations, or a strange awareness that they are dreaming. Think about how strange that is. You can be deeply asleep and yet experience something that feels mentally organized. You may not be awake. You may not be fully dreaming in the way you normally imagine. You may exist somewhere in between. And this forces scientists to rethink the idea that consciousness is simply awake or unconscious. It may be more like a spectrum. Different parts of your mind can become active or inactive independently. Awareness can weaken without completely disappearing. Dream imagery can appear without full waking consciousness. And the feeling of being a self can sometimes survive in states where you would normally assume there is no conscious experience at all. The biggest lesson from NREM lucid dream research is not that people can magically control dreams during deep sleep. The evidence is far more complicated than that. It is that the sleeping brain may have more shades of awareness than we once believed. You can lose contact with the outside world without completely losing the ability to experience something inside your own mind. And somewhere between deep sleep and full wakefulness, consciousness may not disappear. It may simply change its form. The terminal lucidity investigations. There are moments near the end of life that can leave doctors and families completely stunned. A person may have advanced dementia, severe neurological damage, or months of declining communication. They may barely recognize the people around them. Then, suddenly, something changes. They become alert. They recognize their family. They speak clearly. They may remember names, places, and events that seemed completely inaccessible for a long time. And sometimes, this happens shortly before death. Researchers call this phenomenon terminal lucidity. The mystery begins with a simple question. If severe damage has affected the brain systems involved in memory, language, and recognition, how can those abilities sometimes appear to return, even briefly? There are clinical reports of people with advanced dementia who unexpectedly communicate with unusual clarity near the end of life. In some cases, family members describe conversations that seem remarkably similar to the person they remember before the illness became severe. But there is an important distinction. Terminal lucidity has been reported and studied, but scientists have not established a single explanation for why it happens. Much of the evidence comes from case reports and observations, making it extremely difficult to study with the controlled methods normally used in laboratory experiments. It also does not prove that consciousness exists independently of the brain. There are several possible explanations. One possibility is that memories and abilities that appear lost may still exist within damaged neural networks, but the brain normally cannot access them. Changes in brain activity near death might temporarily alter how those networks communicate. Another possibility is that some cases involve fluctuations in attention, medication effects, or other changes that have not yet been fully understood. But even with those possibilities, the phenomenon remains deeply fascinating, because we tend to think of memory as something that either exists or disappears. Terminal lucidity suggests the reality may be more complicated. A person may lose the ability to access memories without those memories being completely erased. The information may still be somewhere inside the damaged system, hidden behind a barrier we do not yet understand. And that raises a much bigger question about consciousness. When someone can no longer communicate, does that mean their inner world is gone? Or could parts of that inner world remain active even when the person can no longer show us? We cannot answer that yet. But terminal lucidity forces science to confront an uncomfortable possibility. Sometimes, a mind that appears to be disappearing can suddenly reveal that something was still there. For a few moments, the person returns. And then, just as mysteriously, the clarity fades. The near-death experience experiments, a person's heart stops, their body becomes unresponsive, and later they describe an experience that felt completely real. They may remember a bright light floating above their body, hearing voices, or feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. Researchers have studied these experiences in survivors of cardiac arrest. One major project, known as the AWAR study, examined people who were resuscitated after their hearts stopped. Researchers asked survivors whether they remembered anything from the period surrounding their medical emergency. Some people reported vivid experiences. A few described seeing their surroundings from outside their bodies. Researchers even placed hidden visual targets in hospital areas to test whether people reporting out-of-body experiences could identify information they could not normally see. The results did not prove that consciousness can leave the body. Scientists still cannot determine exactly when a reported experience happened. It could have occurred before complete unconsciousness, during recovery, or after the brain began functioning again. There are several possible explanations. Changes in oxygen, brain activity, chemicals, memory formation, and extreme stress can all affect perception during a medical crisis. But the experiences themselves can be incredibly powerful. People sometimes describe intense peace, a feeling of timelessness, seeing familiar people, or experiencing their entire life in a completely different way. For the person experiencing it, this can feel more vivid than an ordinary dream. That creates the real mystery. Near-death experiences do not prove an afterlife. They also do not prove that consciousness exists separately from the brain. What they demonstrate is that extreme changes in the body can produce unusual and remarkably complex states of consciousness. And that forces us to question something we normally take for granted. We assume consciousness depends on the brain functioning normally. But what happens when normal brain function is severely disrupted? Science does not have a final answer. The body may be close to shutting down, while the mind produces an experience powerful enough to stay with someone for the rest of their life. The anesthesia experiments, there is a strange moment before surgery when the anesthetic enters your body, your surroundings begin fading, and then your experience simply disappears. no sense of time, no memory of waiting. One moment you are awake, and the next you are opening your eyes again. That gap has made anesthesia one of the most useful tools for studying consciousness. Researchers monitor the brain while people receive general anesthetic drugs. As the drugs take effect, communication between different brain regions changes. The organized activity linked to conscious awareness becomes disrupted. But the brain does not simply switch off. It remains active. Some information can still be processed, even though the person has no conscious experience of it and usually remembers nothing afterward. That distinction matters. Being alive is not the same as being conscious. Your brain can continue performing essential functions while the experience of being you temporarily disappears. And anesthesia is not exactly the same as normal sleep. During sleep, the brain moves through natural stages, and awareness can return when you wake. Under general anesthesia, the networks supporting conscious experience can become much more disconnected. Then comes the strangest part. As the anesthetic wears off, those networks begin coordinating again. Brain activity becomes more organized, and consciousness can return surprisingly quickly. You do not experience yourself slowly waking up. You simply wake. You know where you are. You know who you are. The missing time feels like it never happened. That creates a powerful question. Where was your consciousness during those hours? Scientists believe conscious experience depends on specific patterns of communication across brain networks. When those patterns are disrupted, awareness can disappear. When they return, awareness returns. And perhaps the most unsettling part is what you do not experience. You do not feel trapped in darkness. You do not feel time passing. There is simply a gap. Awake, nothing. Awake again. And that missing space reveals just how dependent your conscious experience may be on the brain maintaining the right connections. The anesthesia awareness experiments. You are lying on an operating table, unable to move, and suddenly realize something terrifying. You are awake. Anesthesia awareness is a rare phenomenon where a patient becomes conscious during surgery and later remembers part of the experience. They may hear voices, feel pressure, or sense movement while being unable to communicate normally. Researchers study this because it reveals something important about consciousness. Being unable to respond does not always mean being unconscious. During surgery, doctors monitor several signals to judge how deeply anesthetized a patient is. Heart rate, blood pressure, movement, and brain activity can provide clues, but none of them gives a perfect window into conscious experience. That creates a serious problem. There is no simple machine that can tell doctors exactly what someone is experiencing inside their mind. Some research has explored brain monitoring and carefully designed responses to detect hidden awareness. In certain cases, patients may respond to instructions with tiny movements, even when they cannot otherwise communicate. But consciousness exists on a spectrum. A person can be deeply unconscious, lightly sedated, partially aware, or somewhere between these states. And that makes anesthesia awareness scientifically fascinating. We usually assume that if someone cannot move or speak, they cannot be experiencing anything. But the brain does not always work that way. A body can appear completely still while the mind retains some level of awareness. The phenomenon is uncommon, and modern anesthesia practices are designed to reduce its risk. Still, these cases expose a deeper mystery. What actually separates unconsciousness from consciousness? Is it brain activity, communication between different brain regions? Or is consciousness possible even when the body gives almost no visible sign that someone is experiencing anything. Anesthesia awareness shows us that silence from the body does not necessarily mean silence inside the mind. Sometimes the person is still there, and nobody looking from the outside can immediately tell. The vegetative state experiments: a person lies in a hospital bed with their eyes open, but they do not speak, follow commands, or show obvious signs of awareness. For years, doctors believed some patients in this condition had little or no conscious experience. Then brain imaging started challenging that assumption. Researchers began using functional magnetic resonance imaging to look for hidden signs of awareness in patients diagnosed with a vegetative state, now often described as unresponsive wakefulness syndrome. One experiment asked a patient to imagine playing tennis. The patient's body did not move. Nothing visible happened. But inside the brain, something changed. The same brain regions associated with imagining physical movement became active, creating a pattern similar to that seen in healthy people following the same instruction. Researchers then used another command, asking the patient to imagine walking through their home. Again, the brain produced a different pattern. That was extraordinary. The patient could not speak. They could not raise a hand. They could not answer a question. But their brain appeared to understand the instructions and respond appropriately. In some cases, researchers even used these mental tasks as a form of communication, allowing patients to answer simple questions by switching between different imagined activities. This did not mean every patient diagnosed as vegetative was secretly conscious. It also did not prove that brain activity always equals conscious experience. But it revealed something deeply important. A person can be unable to communicate while still retaining signs of meaningful mental activity. And that changes the question doctors have to ask. Instead of simply asking, "Can this person move or speak?" researchers can ask whether the brain can understand, imagine, and respond. The most unsettling part is what this means for our understanding of awareness. Consciousness may exist behind a body that gives almost no outward signal. Someone can look completely unreachable from the outside, while inside, their mind may still be listening. The locked-in syndrome studies: a person can be completely conscious, able to think clearly and understand everything around them, while being almost completely unable to move or speak. That is locked-in syndrome. It can happen after severe damage to specific parts of the brainstem, often leaving a person unable to move their arms, legs, or facial muscles. In some cases, the only reliable movement may be blinking or moving the eyes. From the outside, that can look terrifyingly similar to unconsciousness. But the mind may be fully awake. Researchers studying locked-in syndrome have developed communication systems that use eye movements, blinking, and sometimes brain signals to allow patients to communicate. One of the most powerful examples is the use of eye tracking. A patient can look toward different letters on a screen, allowing the system to slowly build words and sentences. Imagine having an entire thought inside your head and only being able to communicate it one letter at a time. These studies changed how doctors think about awareness. A person who cannot move is not necessarily unaware. A person who cannot speak is not necessarily unable to understand. The body can become almost completely silent while consciousness remains intact. Researchers have also explored brain-computer interfaces that can detect patterns of brain activity and translate them into communication. These systems are still developing, but they offer something incredibly important: a way for trapped thoughts to reach the outside world. And that is what makes locked-in syndrome so disturbing. We normally use behavior as evidence that another person is conscious. If someone talks to us, moves toward us, or responds to a question, we assume they are aware. But locked-in syndrome shows how dangerous that assumption can be. Sometimes the mind is completely present. It is the body that can no longer answer. And the difference between being unreachable and being unconscious may be far greater than anyone standing beside the bed can see. The mental imagery experiments: close your eyes and picture your childhood home. You can probably imagine the rooms, the walls, maybe even where the furniture used to be. But here is the strange question: where exactly is that picture? There is no tiny screen inside your head, yet your brain can create an experience that feels almost visual. Researchers have studied mental imagery by asking people to imagine objects, faces, places, and movements while measuring brain activity. Brain scans have shown that imagining something can activate some of the same visual regions involved when actually seeing it. The brain is not receiving light from the outside world, yet parts of the visual system are still working. This becomes even more interesting when researchers compare different kinds of imagery. Imagining a familiar face can activate patterns associated with faces. Imagining movement can activate regions involved in planning or controlling actual movement. Your brain is essentially using some of the same machinery for seeing and imagining. But people experience mental imagery very differently. Some people can create incredibly vivid internal pictures. Others report that they cannot form visual images at all. This condition is often called aphantasia. That difference reveals something important. There is no single universal way that consciousness represents the world internally. One person may experience a detailed mental picture. Another may think about the same object without seeing anything in their mind. Both can still recognize it, describe it, and remember it. Mental imagery experiments show that consciousness is not simply a mirror reflecting reality. Your brain can generate experiences using stored information, even when nothing is physically in front of you. And that raises a deeper question. When you imagine a place you have never visited, your brain is constructing something that does not currently exist in front of your eyes. Yet you can still experience it. You can explore it mentally. You can change it. You can even become emotional because of it. The image is not outside your body, but the experience is real. And that may be one of the strangest abilities of consciousness, creating a world without needing the world to be physically there. The thought decoding experiments: your brain produces physical signals every time you see something, remember something, or form an idea. Scientists have learned to study those signals and, in controlled experiments, make surprisingly accurate guesses about what a person is experiencing. Researchers place participants inside brain scanners and ask them to look at images, listen to words, or read sentences. The scanner records patterns of brain activity while the person performs each task. Then machine learning enters the picture. The system studies the relationship between brain activity and the person's experiences. After enough training, it can sometimes predict what category of image someone is seeing or reconstruct rough information about what they are experiencing. Some experiments have even produced approximate language from brain activity. That sounds like scientists can read your mind. They cannot. At least, not in the science fiction sense. These systems usually require cooperation from the participant, extensive training, controlled conditions, and large amounts of individual data. They are making predictions from biological patterns, not opening a screen that displays every private thought. But the basic discovery is still unsettling. Your thoughts are not physically invisible. They are connected to measurable activity inside your brain, and if researchers learn how those patterns work, some information about your inner experience can potentially be decoded from outside. For most of human history, your thoughts were considered the ultimate private space. You could hide an idea simply by keeping it inside your head. Thought decoding experiments suggest that boundary may not be absolute. The technology is still limited, but the direction is clear. Your brain leaves traces of what you experience, and scientists are learning how to listen. The neural correlates of consciousness experiments. You are looking at a red apple, hearing music, or remembering a childhood moment. Somewhere inside your brain, millions of neurons are communicating. But which part of that activity actually creates the feeling of being conscious? That is the question behind the neural correlates of consciousness experiments. Researchers compare brain activity when people are consciously aware of something with activity, when the same information is processed without awareness. For example, a person might briefly see an image that is difficult to notice. The brain may still process some information from it, but the person reports seeing nothing. Then the same image becomes consciously visible. Researchers can compare what changed. Certain brain networks become more strongly connected, and information begins spreading across wider regions of the brain. This suggests consciousness may depend less on one specific brain area and more on how different regions communicate. That distinction is important. Your eyes can receive information without you consciously experiencing it. Your brain can process sounds without you noticing them. Memory can influence your behavior without entering your awareness. So consciousness appears to require something more than simple information processing. Scientists are still debating exactly what that something is. Some theories argue that conscious information becomes globally available across the brain. Others focus on the complexity and integration of information within neural networks. The experiments cannot yet point to one single location and say, "This is consciousness." Instead, they reveal patterns that consistently appear when awareness is present, and that creates a fascinating possibility. The feeling of being you may not come from one tiny command center inside your head. It may emerge when billions of neurons communicate in the right way. When those patterns change, your conscious experience changes with them. And that means the mystery of consciousness may ultimately be hidden not in one part of the brain, but in the way the entire system works together. The global workspace experiments, you can hear a sound without noticing it. You can see something without consciously recognizing it. But once information enters your awareness, it suddenly becomes available to many different parts of your mind. That idea is at the center of global workspace experiments. Researchers study what happens in the brain when information moves from unconscious processing into conscious awareness. Participants may be shown images or words so briefly that they sometimes see them and sometimes do not. The physical stimulus can be almost identical. What changes is whether the person becomes consciously aware of it. Brain measurements suggest that consciously perceived information can trigger widespread activity across different brain regions. Instead of remaining local, the information becomes available to systems involved in memory, decision-making, attention, language, and action. Think of it like information entering a shared workspace. Before awareness, The brain may process something quietly in the background. Once it enters the global workspace, many different systems can use it. This helps explain why conscious information feels so accessible. You can notice a sound, remember it, describe it, make a decision about it, and change your behavior because of it. Unconscious processing can still be powerful, but it may remain limited to specific brain systems. The experiments have become important because they give researchers a way to investigate the difference between processing information and experiencing it consciously. And that distinction is huge. Your brain is processing far more information than you ever consciously notice. Millions of signals are competing for attention while you experience only a tiny portion of them. So consciousness may not be about processing everything. It may be about selecting certain information and making it available across the brain. The strange part is that this entire process happens without you watching it happen. You simply become aware. One moment, information is outside your conscious experience. The next, it feels like you have always known it was there. The integrated information experiments. Your brain contains billions of neurons, but consciousness does not feel like billions of separate signals. It feels like one experience happening to one person. That mystery led scientists to investigate whether consciousness might depend on how much information the brain combines into a unified system. This idea is known as integrated information theory. Researchers study whether conscious states show a different level of integration compared with unconscious states. During deep sleep, anesthesia, or certain brain injuries, different regions of the brain may become less connected. When people are awake, information can move through many interconnected pathways, creating a richer and more unified pattern. The fascinating part is that consciousness may not depend simply on how active the brain is. A highly active brain can still produce little conscious experience if its regions are not communicating effectively. Think about anesthesia. The brain does not become completely silent. Neurons continue working, but communication between large networks can become disrupted. As consciousness returns, those networks begin interacting again. This suggests that the structure of communication may matter as much as the amount of brain activity. But integrated information theory remains controversial. Scientists disagree about how to measure integrated information and whether the theory correctly explains consciousness. Some predictions have also been challenged by competing theories. Still, the experiments raise a powerful question. Maybe consciousness is not produced by one special part of your brain. Maybe it emerges from the way information becomes connected across the entire system. Your brain contains countless signals, memories, sensations, and decisions. Yet you experience them as one continuous reality. That unity may be the real mystery, because when the connections holding those signals together weaken, consciousness can change dramatically. And when those connections return, the feeling of being one unified self can return with them. The predictive processing experiments. Your brain may not simply wait for the world to tell it what is happening. It may be constantly guessing what comes next, then comparing those predictions with incoming information. Researchers study this idea through experiments where people encounter ambiguous images, sounds, or sensations. When the brain already expects a certain pattern, people can sometimes perceive information differently depending on what they were expecting. That means perception is not purely bottom-up. Your brain is constantly using previous experience to interpret new information. Think about walking through a dark room. You see something moving in the corner. Before you know what it is, your brain starts generating possibilities. Is it a person, a curtain, a shadow? Your eyes provide incomplete information. Your brain fills in the gaps. Experiments using illusions make this process easier to see. When sensory information is unclear, expectations can influence what people consciously perceive. The brain chooses an interpretation that best fits the available evidence and its previous predictions. This can be incredibly useful. Without prediction, the world would be overwhelming. Every sound, movement, face, and object would require completely new processing. Prediction makes perception faster, but it also creates mistakes. Sometimes your brain becomes so confident in its prediction that you perceive something that is not actually there, or interpret something incorrectly. That reveals something important about consciousness. What you experience may not be a direct recording of reality. It may be your brain's best explanation of reality. Your eyes collect signals. Your ears collect signals. Your body collects signals. Then your brain combines those signals with memory and expectation to construct what you experience. Most of the time, the prediction is accurate enough that you never notice the process. But illusions expose the machinery. They show that perception is partly an act of prediction. And if your brain is constantly predicting the world before you consciously experience it, then reality, as you experience it, may be less like a recording and more like a carefully controlled guess. The binocular rivalry experiments, your two eyes can look at the same moment in time and send your brain completely different images. Yet you do not experience both images clearly at once. Instead, your conscious perception can suddenly switch. That strange phenomenon is called binocular rivalry. Researchers create it by showing a different image to each eye. For example, one eye might see a face while the other sees a house. Both images reach the brain, but your conscious experience usually favors one. Then, after a few seconds, the other image can suddenly take over. Nothing changed outside your eyes. The images are still there. Your brain simply changed which one reached conscious awareness. This makes binocular rivalry extremely useful for studying consciousness, because researchers can keep the physical information entering the eyes relatively constant while the person's conscious experience changes. The question becomes simple. What changes inside the brain when awareness switches? Brain imaging studies have found that activity can shift toward regions involved in processing the image that is consciously perceived. Information related to the suppressed image may still be processed, but it does not dominate awareness in the same way. That distinction is incredibly important. Your brain can receive information without you consciously experiencing it. Something can reach your nervous system and influence processing while remaining outside your awareness. Then suddenly, it becomes the thing you are seeing. The experiment exposes a hidden feature of consciousness. Your brain is constantly receiving far more information than you consciously experience. Some signals win the competition, others remain in the background, and your conscious reality is built from whichever information gains enough influence to become dominant. The strangest part is that the outside world does not have to change for your experience to change. The same images can remain in front of your eyes while your conscious reality switches from one to another. That means perception is not simply about what enters your senses. It is also about what your brain allows into awareness. And for a few seconds, binocular rivalry lets scientists watch that battle unfold. The flash suppression experiments. Something can enter your eyes, reach your brain and still never become part of your conscious experience. That is what makes flash suppression so fascinating. Researchers show one image to a person's eye and then rapidly present a different image to the other eye. The new image can suddenly dominate awareness, making the first image seem to disappear even though the brain is still receiving information from it. Nothing was physically removed. The image is still there, but consciousness stops experiencing it. Scientists use this technique to separate visual processing from conscious awareness. Brain activity can reveal that the suppressed image is still being processed at some level, even when the person reports seeing only the competing image. That creates a strange distinction. Your brain can know something is there without you consciously knowing it is there. Researchers have used flash suppression to study faces, objects, emotional expressions, and other visual information. Some studies suggest that even information outside awareness can influence later decisions and reactions. So consciousness may not be the first place where information is processed. It may be the final stage where selected information becomes available to your conscious mind. Think about everything around you right now. Your brain is receiving countless visual signals, sounds, sensations, and internal thoughts. You experience only a tiny fraction of them. The rest can remain outside awareness. Flash suppression makes that invisible filtering process visible. One moment, you are consciously seeing an image. The next, another image appears and the first seems to vanish. Your eyes did not stop receiving it. Your brain simply stopped giving it the spotlight, and that reveals something unsettling about perception. You do not consciously experience everything your brain detects. Your brain is constantly deciding what information becomes part of your reality. Most of those decisions happen without you noticing, which means the world you consciously experience may be only a small selection from everything your brain is processing, and you never get to see what was left out. The continuous flash suppression experiments. Your eyes can receive an image that your conscious mind never sees. Researchers discovered a powerful way to demonstrate this by overwhelming one eye with rapidly changing patterns while presenting a stable image to the other eye. The changing patterns dominate awareness. The hidden image can remain in front of you, but you may have absolutely no idea it is there. This technique is called continuous flash suppression, and it has become an important tool for studying unconscious processing. Researchers can hide faces, objects, words, and emotional expressions from conscious awareness, then measure whether those hidden images still influence the person's behavior. And sometimes they do. A person may not consciously see an emotional face, yet their brain can still respond differently depending on what was presented. That creates a strange possibility. Your brain can process information without giving you the experience of seeing it. The hidden image is physically present. Your eyes receive it. Your visual system processes parts of it. But your conscious mind reports nothing. Scientists use this separation to investigate where conscious awareness begins. They can compare what happens when information is consciously visible with what happens when the same information remains outside awareness. The results suggest that unconscious processing can sometimes influence attention, emotion, decisions, and behavior. But there are limits. Not every hidden stimulus is processed deeply, and researchers continue to debate exactly how much information can be understood without conscious awareness. Still, the experiment reveals something powerful about your everyday experience. You probably assume that if something enters your eyes, you see it. That is not necessarily true. Your brain is constantly filtering the world, allowing some information into awareness while suppressing other information, and you rarely notice the filtering itself. You only experience the final result. That means your conscious reality is not everything your brain receives. It is a carefully selected version. There may be information influencing your brain right now that never becomes a conscious thought, image, or feeling. You simply never notice that it was there. The backward masking experiments. A word can flash in front of your eyes so quickly that you swear you never saw it. Yet somehow, that hidden word can still influence what you do next. That is the strange discovery behind backward masking experiments. Researchers briefly present a word, image, or symbol, and then immediately show another visual stimulus. The second image acts like a mask, making the first one difficult or impossible to consciously recognize. The important part is that the first stimulus still reached the brain. Participants may report seeing nothing, but their behavior can sometimes reveal an effect. For example, a hidden word can influence how quickly someone responds to a related word that appears afterward. This suggests that some information can be processed without becoming a clear conscious experience, and that creates a powerful distinction. Seeing something and processing something are not necessarily the same thing. Your eyes can detect information. Your brain can begin analyzing it. But consciousness may never receive the final result. Researchers use backward masking because it lets them control this boundary. By changing the timing between the first stimulus and the mask, they can make the hidden image easier or harder to consciously perceive. The shorter the gap, the more likely the first image is suppressed from awareness. This gives scientists a way to compare conscious and unconscious processing under carefully controlled conditions. And the results are fascinating. Some unconscious information can influence attention, emotional reactions, or decisions, but the effects are usually limited. The brain can process certain features without necessarily understanding the full meaning of a hidden message. That matters because people often imagine the unconscious mind as a secret second consciousness controlling everything. The evidence is much more complicated. Your unconscious brain can influence you, but it is not necessarily thinking in complete sentences behind the scenes. Instead, information can be processed in fragments before you ever become aware of it. Backward masking exposes that hidden stage. You experience the final result as a simple thought or reaction. But underneath it, your brain may have already started working before you consciously realized anything was happening. The priming experiments, a word appears on a screen for a fraction of a second, and you barely notice it. Then another word appears, and somehow you respond faster because of the first one. That strange effect is called priming. Researchers use priming experiments to test whether information that enters your brain without deliberate attention can influence what you think, feel, or do next. In a typical experiment, participants might see a word related to another word that appears afterward. If the first word makes the second one easier to recognize, researchers can measure the difference in reaction time. The important part is that the first word does not have to be consciously remembered for it to have an effect. Your brain can begin connecting ideas before you realize it. For example, seeing a word related to food can make another food-related word easier to process. The first piece of information activates related concepts in memory, making certain responses more accessible. But priming research also revealed something more complicated. Some famous psychological priming findings have been difficult to reproduce consistently, especially dramatic claims suggesting that tiny unconscious cues can strongly control complex behavior. Modern research has become much more cautious. Priming can be real, but its effects often depend on the situation, the task, and the type of information being presented. That makes the phenomenon scientifically useful. It shows that your brain can prepare for information before conscious awareness catches up. You may think you are making a decision from scratch, but your brain may already have activated related memories and associations, and you usually cannot feel that preparation happening. This does not mean someone can secretly control your behavior with a single word or image. It means your mind is constantly carrying information forward. One thought can make another thought easier to access. One experience can change how you interpret the next one. And sometimes, your brain starts preparing your response before you even realize what influenced it. The conscious mind may feel like it is leading the process, but priming experiments suggest it is often arriving after the brain has already begun working. The subliminal perception experiments. A message flashes across a screen so quickly that you swear you never saw it. You have no conscious memory of the image, yet researchers can still test whether your brain noticed something. That is the idea behind subliminal perception experiments. Scientists present words, images, or sounds below the level of conscious recognition, then measure whether those hidden signals influence a person's response. Sometimes they do. A hidden word can make a related word easier to recognize. A briefly presented emotional image can sometimes influence attention or reaction time. The brain may process certain features even when the person reports seeing nothing. But this is where the science becomes important. Subliminal information is not a secret remote control for the human mind. The effects are generally small and depend heavily on the experiment. There is no strong evidence that a hidden message can force someone to buy a product, change their personality, or make a major decision against their will. What the experiments actually reveal is more subtle. Conscious awareness is not the beginning of every mental process. Your brain can detect patterns, activate associations, and prepare responses before you become consciously aware of the information. Imagine your brain as a massive filtering system. Millions of signals arrive through your senses, but only a small portion reaches conscious awareness. The rest may be processed briefly and then disappear without you ever realizing they were there. Subliminal experiments allow researchers to manipulate that hidden layer. They can control exactly what information is presented and for how long, then observe what changes in behavior. That gives scientists a rare way to separate seeing something from consciously experiencing it. And the distinction is fascinating. You might honestly say, "I never saw that." Your brain might still have registered something, not enough to create a clear thought, not enough to give you a memory, but enough to leave a tiny trace. And that means consciousness may not be where perception begins. It may be where a small part of perception finally becomes visible to you. The unconscious thought experiments. You make a decision, walk away from the problem, and hours later the answer suddenly feels obvious. But what if your brain was still working on the problem while you were thinking about something completely different? Researchers have tested this idea using unconscious thought experiments. Participants are given complicated decisions involving many pieces of information. Some are asked to choose immediately. Others are distracted with another task before making their decision. The surprising idea is that stepping away from a problem might sometimes allow unconscious mental processes to continue organizing information. Your conscious mind has limited attention. You can carefully compare a few pieces of information, but when the list becomes overwhelming, conscious reasoning can struggle. Your unconscious systems may handle information differently. They can continue processing associations, memories, and patterns without requiring your full attention. But the famous claim that sleeping on a decision always produces better choices is much more complicated. Researchers have found mixed results, and some early findings have not consistently replicated. So the science does not show that your unconscious mind is secretly smarter than your conscious mind. Instead, it suggests something more interesting. Different kinds of thinking may be useful for different problems. When you focus intensely, you can analyze details step by step. When you take a break, your attention moves elsewhere, and your brain may continue processing some of the information in the background. That can sometimes make a solution easier to recognize later. Think about a difficult problem you could not solve, then suddenly remembered the answer while taking a shower or walking outside. It feels like the answer appeared from nowhere. But your brain may have been processing the problem long before you consciously noticed the solution. The unsettling part is that consciousness does not always know where its own ideas come from. A thought can suddenly appear fully formed. You experience the answer. You do not experience every step that produced it. And that means some of the most important work happening inside your mind may occur completely outside your awareness. The automatic writing experiments. Your hand starts moving across a page. Words appear, and for a moment it feels like you are not consciously deciding what to write. That strange experience became the subject of automatic writing experiments. Researchers and psychologists studied people who claimed they could produce writing without consciously controlling every word. In some cases, participants focused on another task while their hand continued writing, sometimes producing sentences or ideas they said they were not deliberately creating. The obvious question was unsettling. Who was writing? Early researchers sometimes connected automatic writing with hidden parts of the mind, especially unconscious thoughts that might influence behavior without entering conscious awareness. Modern psychology offers a less mysterious explanation. Your brain controls many actions automatically. Once a task becomes familiar, you do not consciously plan every tiny movement required to perform it. Writing is a perfect example. You think about what you want to say, but you are not consciously commanding every finger movement or calculating every letter. Automatic writing experiments pushed this idea further by showing how complicated behavior can occur with surprisingly little conscious supervision. Some experiences can also be influenced by expectation, suggestion, attention, and social context. A person may genuinely feel that their hand is moving on its own, even though the movement is being generated by unconscious processes within their own nervous system. That distinction matters. The experience can feel completely real without requiring an outside force to control the hand. And it reveals something important about consciousness. You are not consciously controlling every action your body performs. Your brain handles countless processes automatically, while your conscious mind receives only the final experience. Even the feeling of choosing an action may come after unconscious processes have already begun preparing it. Automatic writing makes that hidden machinery visible. Your hand can move, words can appear, and you can honestly feel like the author was not entirely you. But the stranger possibility is that your brain was always doing far more behind the scenes than your conscious mind realized. The ideomotor experiments: a glass begins moving across a table, a pendulum swings toward an answer, or a hand slowly points in a particular direction. The person holding it may honestly believe something outside their control is causing the movement. But what if the movement is coming from their own brain? That question led to ideomotor experiments. Researchers discovered that people can make tiny, unconscious muscle movements in response to thoughts, expectations, or suggestions without realizing they are doing it. The movement can be so subtle that the person experiences it as something happening to them rather than something they are doing. This helps explain why devices like pendulums and spirit boards can feel strangely convincing. Someone may expect the object to move toward a particular answer. Their brain prepares tiny movements. The muscles respond. The object moves. And because the person does not consciously feel themselves controlling every movement, the result can seem mysterious. The important part is that nobody necessarily has to be pretending. The person can genuinely believe they did not cause the movement. Experiments involving pendulums have demonstrated how expectations can influence involuntary movements. Similar mechanisms can appear when people use ideomotor responses to answer questions or make choices. This does not mean every unexplained movement has a psychological explanation, but it shows how easily the brain can influence the body without conscious awareness. And that creates a fascinating problem for our sense of free will. You experience yourself as the person controlling your actions, yet your brain is constantly preparing movements before your conscious mind becomes aware of every detail. A tiny expectation can become a physical action. A thought can move a muscle, and you may experience the movement as though it came from somewhere else. That is what makes ideomotor experiments so powerful. They reveal that the boundary between thought and action is much thinner than it feels. Sometimes your body responds to an idea before you even realize you had the idea. The Ouija board experiments: a planchette begins sliding across a board, spelling out words that seem to come from somewhere outside the people touching it. For many people, that movement feels impossible to explain. But psychologists found something much stranger. The people moving the planchette may be controlling it themselves without realizing it. Researchers studying Ouija boards have connected the phenomenon to the ideomotor effect, where thoughts, expectations, and suggestions can produce tiny unconscious muscle movements. Imagine placing your fingers lightly on the planchette and expecting it to move toward a particular letter. You are not consciously pushing it, but your brain can still create tiny movements in your fingers and hands. Those movements add together with the movements of everyone else touching the planchette. The object moves, and because nobody feels responsible for the movement, the result can seem as though another intelligence is controlling it. Experiments have made this effect even more interesting by changing what participants can see. When people are unable to see the board clearly, their ability to produce meaningful words often decreases. The movement depends heavily on visual information, expectations, and unconscious coordination. That does not mean participants are deliberately pretending. They can genuinely experience the movement as coming from somewhere outside their conscious control. And that is the important psychological discovery. Your brain can guide your body without giving you the feeling that you are guiding it. The Ouija board becomes a simple demonstration of how easily unconscious processes can create the feeling of an external force. It also exposes something uncomfortable about our sense of agency. You assume that if your hand moves, you know why it moved. But your brain can begin an action before your conscious mind understands exactly what is happening. The movement feels mysterious because you experience the result without experiencing every hidden process that produced it. The board may look supernatural, but the real mystery is already inside your own mind. Sometimes, your brain can make you feel like you are watching yourself act. The hypnosis experiments: a person sits quietly, listens to a hypnotist, and then hears a simple suggestion. Suddenly, an ordinary object can feel hot, a harmless touch can feel painful, or a person may experience a memory or sensation differently. That is what makes hypnosis so fascinating. Researchers have studied hypnosis to understand how suggestion can change attention, perception, memory, and behavior. During experiments, participants may be asked to focus intensely on a particular idea while ignoring everything else. When they become highly responsive to suggestion, researchers can test whether their conscious experience actually changes. And sometimes it does. A hypnotized person may report feeling pain differently even when the physical stimulus remains the same. Brain imaging studies have also found changes in networks involved in attention and the processing of pain. But hypnosis is not mind control. People do not simply lose all ability to resist suggestions. Responses vary greatly between individuals, and people remain capable of making decisions. The interesting part is how powerful expectation can become. Your brain does not experience every sensation exactly as it enters your body. It interprets signals using attention, memory, context, and expectation. Hypnosis can amplify the influence of suggestion on that interpretation. Tell someone that their hand feels heavy, and they may genuinely experience unusual heaviness. Suggest that pain will become weaker, and their experience of pain may change. The stimulus has not necessarily disappeared. Their perception of it has changed. That creates a deeper question about consciousness. How much of what you experience is determined by the outside world, and how much is constructed by your brain? Hypnosis suggests that conscious experience is surprisingly flexible. You can change what someone feels without changing the physical stimulus itself. And that means perception is not simply something that happens to you. Under the right conditions, your expectations can become part of what you experience as reality. Your brain does not just receive the world, it interprets it. The post-hypnotic suggestion experiments: a person leaves a hypnosis session, returns to normal life, and suddenly performs an action they were told to perform earlier. The strange part is that they may have no idea why they are doing it. This became the focus of post-hypnotic suggestion experiments. Researchers give participants a suggestion during hypnosis and instruct them to perform a specific action later, sometimes after they have forgotten the original instruction. For example, a person might be told that after hearing a particular word, they should stand up or perform another simple action. Later, the trigger appears. The person performs the action. When asked why, they may create an ordinary explanation without realizing the suggestion influenced them. That finding became important because it showed how expectations can shape behavior outside conscious awareness. But hypnosis does not turn someone into a mindless puppet. People differ greatly in how responsive they are to hypnotic suggestions, and suggestions usually work best when they fit the situation and the person's expectations. The fascinating part is the feeling of agency. You perform an action, and it can genuinely feel like you decided to do it yourself. Yet an earlier suggestion may have influenced the decision before you consciously recognized the connection. Researchers use these experiments to study memory, attention, automatic behavior, and the relationship between conscious intention and unconscious processing. And this raises an uncomfortable question. How often does your brain begin preparing an action before your conscious mind understands why you want to do it? Most of the time, you assume your reasons came first. You decide, then you act. But post-hypnotic suggestion shows that behavior can sometimes be influenced by information that is no longer consciously available. The suggestion disappears from awareness. The action remains. And when the action happens, your conscious mind may simply create a reason that makes the behavior feel like your own choice. The dissociation experiments, a person experiences something painful, frightening, or overwhelming, yet describes feeling strangely detached from it. Their body is there, the event is happening, but their sense of self seems distant. Researchers have studied this phenomenon through dissociation experiments. Dissociation refers to disruptions in the normal connection between thoughts, memories, emotions, sensations, and the sense of identity. In controlled experiments, researchers can use stress, attention tasks, suggestion, or virtual environments to study how these experiences develop. One fascinating finding is that attention can change how intensely people experience sensations. When attention is deliberately shifted away from the body, some people report feeling less connected to physical sensations or emotions. Virtual reality experiments have pushed this further. Researchers can manipulate what people see and feel, sometimes creating the sensation that their body is somewhere else. The brain normally combines sensory information into one continuous experience of being yourself. When those signals become disconnected, that unity can weaken. And that is where dissociation becomes scientifically important. It suggests that your sense of being one continuous person may depend on different mental systems communicating smoothly. Memory connects you to your past. Sensations connect you to your body. Emotions give experiences meaning. Attention determines what reaches the center of awareness. When these systems stop working together normally, your experience of yourself can change. But dissociation is not simply another word for imagination. For people who experience severe dissociation, the sensations can be intense and deeply disturbing. Researchers continue studying how stress, trauma, brain activity, and perception interact to produce these altered states. The experiments reveal something unsettling about consciousness. You feel like your thoughts, memories, emotions, and body automatically belong together. But that unity may be constructed moment by moment. Your brain is constantly binding separate experiences into one feeling of self. And when that binding becomes disrupted, the person you experience yourself to be can suddenly feel distant. The self feels permanent. The experiments suggest it may be far more flexible than it seems. The multiple personality research experiments, a person can report feeling like different identities are taking control of their thoughts, memories, behavior, and even their sense of who they are. For decades, researchers have tried to understand how such dramatic changes in identity can occur. The condition now called dissociative identity disorder has been studied through interviews, behavioral testing, and brain imaging. Researchers have found that some people with the disorder experience distinct patterns of memory, emotion, attention, and behavior associated with different identity states. In some experiments, one identity state may report knowledge or memories that another state cannot easily access. That does not mean there are literally several separate people living inside one brain. Instead, researchers generally study these experiences as complex forms of dissociation, where different aspects of memory, emotion, and identity can become separated. Brain imaging studies have also reported differences in activity between identity states in some individuals, although these findings are still debated and do not provide a simple biological test for the disorder. The fascinating question is how the brain can create such a powerful feeling of separation. Your personality normally feels like one continuous thing. Your memories connect your past to your present. Your emotions feel like they belong to the same person. But dissociation can disrupt those connections. One part of the mind may have access to certain memories, while another part feels disconnected from them. Researchers continue to debate how much these experiences are shaped by trauma, memory, suggestion, expectations, and other psychological processes. But the experiments reveal something profound. The feeling of having one continuous identity may not be as simple as it seems. Your brain constantly combines memories, emotions, sensations, and beliefs into a single story of who you are. When that process breaks apart, the experience of self can become radically different. The emotional interference experiments. You are trying to concentrate on a simple task when suddenly an angry face appears, a frightening sound plays, or an emotional memory enters your mind. You know it has nothing to do with the task, yet your performance changes. That is what researchers investigate through emotional interference experiments. Participants are often asked to identify colors, remember information, or respond to shapes while emotionally powerful images or words appear nearby. The emotional information can slow their responses or make mistakes more likely. The reason is simple but fascinating. Your brain does not treat emotional information like ordinary background noise. Threatening or emotionally important signals can capture attention automatically, even when you are deliberately trying to ignore them. Researchers have found that emotional stimuli can interfere with attention and working memory because brain systems involved in emotion interact with networks responsible for controlling focus. Imagine trying to remember a phone number while someone suddenly shouts your name. Your attention shifts before you consciously decide to move it. That automatic reaction may have been useful for survival. If something looks dangerous, your brain wants you to notice it quickly. But the same system can become a distraction. An emotional word can interfere with a neutral task. A frightening image can capture attention. A personal memory can suddenly pull your mind away from what you were doing. These experiments reveal something important about conscious control. You may believe that you decide what deserves your attention, but your emotional brain can sometimes make that decision before you consciously realize what happened. You are trying to focus. Your brain notices something emotionally important, and suddenly your attention belongs somewhere else. The unsettling part is that you may not even notice the moment control was taken away. The Iowa gambling task: 4 decks of cards sit in front of you. You are told to pick cards and try to win as much money as possible. At first, the decks seem unpredictable. Some give you large rewards, others give you painful losses. But after enough choices, something strange can happen. Your body may start reacting to the bad decks before you consciously understand which decks are dangerous. That is the idea behind the Iowa gambling task. Researchers use this experiment to study decision-making, emotion, and the role of unconscious signals in guiding choices. Participants repeatedly choose cards from different decks. Some decks offer attractive rewards but much larger losses over time. Other decks provide smaller rewards but are safer in the long run. Healthy participants often begin avoiding the dangerous decks before they can clearly explain why. Researchers have connected this process to emotional signals generated by the brain and body during decision-making. The basic idea is fascinating. Your body may react to a choice before your conscious mind can explain the reaction. A risky option can produce subtle physiological changes. Your brain registers those signals. And eventually, you may develop a feeling that something is wrong without knowing exactly why. This is sometimes described as a gut feeling. But the experiment also became controversial because later research questioned how strongly the task proves that unconscious bodily signals determine good decisions. The lesson is more complicated. Emotions are not simply enemies of rational thinking. They can provide information that helps the brain evaluate consequences. Your conscious mind may carefully compare facts, while emotional systems rapidly track experiences from previous choices. Together, these systems influence what you decide, and that creates an unsettling insight. Sometimes you think you are making a decision from pure logic, but underneath that decision, your brain may already be using memories, emotions, and bodily signals you never consciously noticed. The choice feels like a single moment, but your brain may have been preparing it long before you realized you were choosing. The ultimatum game experiments. Imagine someone gives you $100 and tells you that you can keep some of it while offering the rest to a stranger. There is only one rule. If the stranger accepts your offer, both of you keep the money. If they reject it, both of you get nothing. Logically, taking any amount should be better than getting nothing. But people often do something very different. They reject unfair offers. This is the basic idea behind the ultimatum game, one of the most famous experiments in behavioral economics. Researchers discovered that people are not always motivated by maximum financial gain. Fairness, anger, trust, and social expectations can strongly influence decisions. Imagine being offered $10 while the other person keeps $90. You could accept the $10 and walk away richer. Yet many people reject the offer because it feels unfair. That reaction reveals something important about human decision-making. Your brain does not treat every choice like a mathematical equation. Social emotions matter. People care about how rewards are divided, how others treat them, and whether an agreement feels fair. Researchers have also found that responses vary across cultures, situations, and the amount of money involved. That means fairness is not completely universal or fixed. Still, the experiment exposes a powerful conflict inside the human mind. One part of you says, "Take the money." Another says, "This is unacceptable." And sometimes the second voice wins, even when it costs you something. The ultimatum game became important because it challenged the idea that humans always make decisions by calculating personal benefit. We are social creatures. Our brains evolved to cooperate, compete, punish unfair behavior, and maintain relationships. So a decision that looks irrational from a financial perspective can make perfect sense from a social one. You are not just asking, "What do I gain?" You are also asking something deeper. Was I treated fairly? And sometimes that question is worth more than the money. The delay of gratification experiments. A child sits alone in a room with a marshmallow in front of them. They are told they can eat it now, or wait and receive a second one later. Then the researcher leaves. Now the real experiment begins. Some children stare at the marshmallow. Others look away, cover their eyes, distract themselves, or find ways to make the temptation less noticeable. This became famous as the marshmallow experiment, designed to study delay of gratification. Researchers wanted to understand whether children could resist an immediate reward in order to receive a larger reward later. The original findings became famous for suggesting that children who waited longer might have better outcomes later in life. But later research complicated that story. A child's ability to wait is influenced by many factors, including environment, trust, family circumstances, and whether the child believes the promised reward will actually arrive. That changes the meaning of the experiment. Self-control is not simply a personality switch that some people have and others lack. Your brain constantly weighs immediate rewards against future consequences. When the future feels uncertain, taking the reward now can make perfect sense. When you trust that waiting will pay off, delaying gratification becomes easier. Researchers have also found that changing attention can influence self-control. If you stare directly at a tempting reward, resisting becomes harder. If you distract yourself, the temptation can lose some of its power. That reveals something important about willpower. Self-control may not come from simply fighting temptation harder. Sometimes it comes from changing what your attention is focused on. The child who looks away is not necessarily stronger. They may simply be using a better strategy. And that is the fascinating lesson. Your choices are shaped not only by how much you want something, but by what you expect, what you trust, and where you place your attention. Sometimes controlling yourself does not mean defeating temptation. It means making temptation easier to ignore. The marshmallow experiments. A child sits at a table with one marshmallow directly in front of them. The researcher explains a simple deal. Eat it now, or wait and receive another one later. Then, the adult walks out. The child is suddenly alone with the temptation. Some stare at the marshmallow. Others cover their eyes, sing, move around, or distract themselves. The experiment looks simple, but it became one of the most famous studies of self-control. Researchers wanted to understand whether delaying a reward could reveal something about future behavior. The original studies became famous because children who waited longer were later associated with better outcomes in areas such as academic performance. But later research challenged the idea that waiting time alone predicts success. A child's environment matters. Trust matters. If a child has learned that promises are reliable, waiting for the second marshmallow makes sense. If promises are often broken, eating the first marshmallow immediately may actually be the smarter decision. That changes the experiment completely. Self-control is not simply about having more willpower. It is also about expectations, environment, attention, and strategy. Researchers found that children could often wait longer when they distracted themselves from the reward. Instead of staring at the marshmallow, they might look away or think about something else. That reveals something surprisingly important about the mind. You do not always control temptation by fighting it directly. Sometimes you control it by changing what your brain is paying attention to. The marshmallow experiment also challenges a common belief about success. People are not simply born with strong or weak self-control. Behavior can change depending on circumstances. The child who eats immediately may not lack discipline. They may simply believe that waiting is not worth the risk. And the child who waits may have learned that patience usually pays off. So the real experiment was never just about marshmallows. It was about how the brain calculates trust, reward, uncertainty, and the future. Sometimes the hardest part of resisting temptation is not wanting less. It is believing that waiting will actually be worth it. The ego depletion experiments. Imagine forcing yourself to stay calm, resist a tempting snack, and concentrate on a difficult task. Then someone gives you another challenge that requires self-control. Will your mental strength finally run out? That was the idea behind ego depletion experiments. Researchers proposed that self-control works like a limited resource. If you spend that resource resisting temptation or controlling your emotions, you may have less available for the next difficult task. Early experiments appeared to support this idea. Participants who completed one demanding self-control task sometimes performed worse on a second task. It looked as though their mental energy had been drained. The theory became extremely influential. It was used to explain why resisting temptation can feel exhausting and why making too many decisions might leave you mentally tired. But then something important happened. Other researchers tried to reproduce the findings. Many struggled to get the same results. Large replication studies produced much weaker evidence for the original effect, leading scientists to question whether self-control is actually a limited fuel tank that simply runs empty. That does not mean mental fatigue is imaginary. You can absolutely become tired from concentrating, making decisions, managing emotions, or resisting distractions. The question is what causes that fatigue. It may involve motivation, expectations, attention, effort, stress, and changing priorities rather than a simple depletion of mental energy. And that makes the experiments even more interesting. The original theory gave us a simple story. Use your willpower too much, and eventually there is none left. Modern research suggests the brain may be far more complicated. Sometimes you are not physically out of self-control. You may simply believe the next task is not worth the effort. That difference changes how we think about discipline. Your ability to control yourself may depend not only on how much effort you have already spent, but also on what you expect, what you value, and whether your brain thinks continuing is worthwhile. The mind may not have a fixed supply of willpower. It may constantly decide where that effort should go. The readiness potential experiments. You decide to move your hand, and then you move it. Simple, right? But researchers discovered something strange when they measured the brain during this process. In the readiness potential experiments, participants were asked to make a simple movement whenever they felt like it. At the same time, researchers recorded electrical activity from their brains. The surprising finding was that brain activity linked to the movement could begin before the person reported consciously deciding to move. In other words, the brain seemed to prepare for the action before conscious awareness of the decision. This became famous through experiments by Benjamin Libet. The results created a huge question about free will. If your brain starts preparing an action before you consciously decide to perform it, then who actually made the decision? Did you choose to move? Or did your brain choose first, while your conscious mind only became aware afterward? But the experiment is not proof that free will does not exist. The timing of conscious intention is difficult to measure accurately, and later research has shown that the readiness potential may not represent a fully formed decision. It may reflect a gradual buildup of random or preparatory brain activity rather than a final decision already being made. That makes the experiment even more fascinating. Your brain is constantly preparing actions, evaluating possibilities, and generating signals before you become consciously aware of every step. You experience the final decision as something immediate, but underneath that feeling, countless neural processes may already be unfolding. The experiment does not solve the free will debate. Instead, it exposes something uncomfortable. Your conscious mind may not be the commander giving every instruction. Sometimes, it may be more like a narrator discovering what the brain has already begun doing. You feel the decision appear inside your mind, but the machinery behind that decision may have started moving before you ever noticed. The voluntary movement experiments, you decide to move your finger whenever you feel like it. There is no command, no signal, and no reason to choose one particular moment. You simply decide. But researchers discovered that the brain may begin preparing the movement before you become consciously aware of making that decision. In classic voluntary movement experiments, participants were asked to make spontaneous movements while researchers recorded brain activity and asked them to report when they first became aware of the intention to move. The brain showed preparatory activity before the movement happened. Sometimes, that activity appeared before the participants reported consciously deciding to act. That created an unsettling question. If the brain starts preparing an action before you become aware of choosing it, where does the decision actually begin? Are you consciously creating the action? Or is consciousness simply becoming aware of a process that has already started? Researchers have debated this for decades. The experiments do not prove that free will is an illusion. Brain activity before movement can represent preparation, uncertainty, or random fluctuations rather than a final decision. Later studies have also shown that the relationship between brain activity and conscious intention is more complicated than the original experiments suggested. But the basic discovery remains fascinating. Your conscious experience makes decisions feel immediate. You suddenly think, I am going to move. Then your hand moves. But underneath that simple experience, your brain is already processing information, preparing muscles, and coordinating movement. Most of that preparation never reaches awareness. You only experience the part that becomes conscious, and that raises a deeper question about the feeling of control. Maybe consciousness does not personally operate every part of your behavior. Maybe it watches, evaluates, and sometimes interrupts processes that have already begun. The experiment does not destroy the idea of free will. It simply shows that the story your conscious mind tells about making a decision may be much simpler than what your brain is actually doing. The Libet replication experiments. What if the famous experiment about free will was not telling the whole story? After Benjamin Libet reported that brain activity could appear before conscious intention, other researchers wanted to know whether the finding would hold up under different conditions. They repeated and redesigned the experiments. Participants again performed simple voluntary movements while researchers recorded brain activity and asked them to report when they became aware of intending to move. The basic pattern appeared again. Brain signals could begin before the reported conscious intention. But the interpretation became much more complicated. Researchers discovered that the readiness potential might not represent a hidden decision made by the brain. It could reflect a gradual buildup of neural activity that sometimes ends in movement and sometimes does not. That distinction matters. Imagine random waves slowly rising and falling. Eventually, one wave crosses a threshold and an action happens. Looking backward, it might appear as though the brain decided long before you did, but the earlier activity may not have contained a definite decision at all. Other experiments also questioned how accurately people can remember the exact moment when they first became aware of an intention. That makes the famous timing gap less straightforward than it first appeared. So, the replication experiments did something important. They did not simply prove or destroy free will. They showed that the relationship between brain activity and conscious choice is far more complicated. Your brain is constantly generating activity, preparing movements, and weighing possibilities. Some of that activity happens before you become aware of anything. But that does not automatically mean your decision was already made. The real mystery is not whether the brain starts working before consciousness. Of course it does. The deeper question is whether conscious awareness plays a meaningful role in what happens next, and that question remains open. The experiments did not kill free will. They made the idea much harder to define. The Soon Decision experiment: you are lying inside a brain scanner, watching a stream of information and waiting for a simple choice to appear. You think you are deciding freely, but researchers are already watching your brain. In the Soon Decision experiments, participants were asked to make simple choices, such as pressing one button or another. Whenever they felt ready, researchers recorded their brain activity and discovered something surprising. Patterns of activity could sometimes predict which choice a person would make several seconds before the person reported consciously deciding. That sounds like the brain knew the answer before the person did. But there is an important catch. The predictions were far from perfect. Researchers were not reading a person's mind with certainty. They were detecting statistical patterns that gave slightly better than chance predictions, and the choices themselves were extremely simple. Press left, press right. That matters because deciding between two buttons is very different from making a complicated decision about relationships, money, or your future. Still, the finding created a disturbing question. If brain activity can reveal the direction of a decision before you consciously experience making it, where does the decision actually begin? Maybe your conscious mind is not the first place where a decision appears. Maybe the brain begins preparing several possibilities, and consciousness becomes aware only when one becomes strong enough to reach the surface. The experiment does not prove that your choices are predetermined. It shows something more subtle. Your brain can contain information about an upcoming action before you consciously know what you are going to do. That means the feeling of making a decision may be the final stage of a process that started much earlier. You experience the choice as one sudden moment. But underneath that moment, your brain may already have been quietly narrowing the possibilities. And that leaves one uncomfortable question. When you finally feel that you have decided, did you create the decision? Or did you simply become aware of a decision your brain had already been preparing? The free will illusion experiments: you reach for a glass and feel completely certain that you decided to move your hand. But researchers have found that the feeling of choosing an action can sometimes be manipulated. In these experiments, participants perform simple voluntary actions while researchers secretly influence what they see, hear, or feel. Sometimes, people can be encouraged to believe they chose an action that was actually influenced by something outside their conscious control. One important line of research involves the sense of agency. Agency is the feeling that you caused your own action. Usually, it feels automatic. You move your hand, and you simply know that you moved it. But experiments show that this feeling can be separated from the actual cause of the movement. If researchers create the right timing between an intention, an action, and its outcome, people can sometimes feel responsible for an event even when they did not fully control it. That is deeply unsettling. It suggests that the feeling of free will is not necessarily a direct window into how decisions are produced. Your brain may construct the experience of being the author of an action after combining information about what you intended, what your body did, and what happened afterward. This does not mean every decision is an illusion. It means the experience of choosing is itself something the brain creates. And that changes the question. Instead of asking whether free will feels real, scientists can ask how the feeling of control is generated. Why does an action feel like mine? Why does one movement feel voluntary while another feels automatic? Experiments suggest that timing, intention, prediction, and feedback all contribute to that experience. The strange part is that your brain can sometimes give you the feeling that you chose something even when outside influences played a role. You trust that feeling because it normally works. But when researchers manipulate the system, the illusion becomes visible. Your sense of control may feel like the most certain thing in your mind, yet even that certainty is something your brain has to construct. The sense of agency experiments, you move your hand, hear a sound, and immediately feel that you caused it. That feeling seems obvious, but researchers have discovered that the brain can sometimes create or change that feeling of control. This is called the sense of agency. Researchers study it by manipulating the relationship between an intention, an action, and its result. Participants may move something themselves, watch another action happen, or experience a slight delay between what they do and what they see. Those tiny changes can alter how much control people feel. For example, when an action and its expected outcome happen closely together, people are more likely to feel that they caused the outcome. When the timing becomes unusual, that feeling can weaken. This reveals something important. Your brain does not simply know that you caused an action. It calculates that conclusion using timing, prediction, sensory feedback, and intention. The brain predicts what should happen after you act. When the result matches the prediction, your sense of control becomes stronger. But when something unexpected happens, the feeling of agency can disappear. Researchers have even created situations where people feel responsible for events they did not completely control. That does not mean people are constantly being fooled. It means the experience of control is constructed from multiple signals working together. You normally never notice this process because the signals agree. You decide to move your hand. Your hand moves. You see it move. Everything matches. So your brain produces a simple conclusion. I did that. But when researchers disrupt the timing or information, that certainty can become surprisingly fragile. The experiment exposes something hidden inside ordinary action. Your sense of being the person in control is not just a fact you experience. It is an active process your brain creates from predictions and feedback. And if that process can be manipulated, then even the feeling that an action belongs to you may be less automatic than you always believed. The alien hand experiments. Imagine your hand suddenly reaching for an object without you deciding to move it. You watch your own fingers grab something, but the movement feels completely separate from your intention. This is not science fiction. It can happen in a rare neurological condition called alien hand syndrome. Researchers have studied these patients because their experiences reveal something extraordinary about voluntary movement. The hand can perform complex actions such as reaching, grabbing, or touching objects, while the person feels that the movement is not under their control. In some cases, one hand may even appear to interfere with what the other hand is doing. The fascinating part is that the muscles are working normally. The problem is not that the hand has become physically independent. Instead, damage to particular brain networks can disrupt the connection between intention, movement, and the feeling of control. Your brain normally performs several jobs at once. It plans an action. It sends commands to the muscles. Then it monitors what happened and decides whether the action was actually yours. When these systems stop communicating properly, movement can remain possible while the feeling of agency disappears. That creates a bizarre experience. You can see your hand moving. You can recognize that it belongs to your body, but it can still feel as though someone else is controlling it. Researchers use alien hand syndrome to understand how the brain creates voluntary action and the sense of ownership over movement. It shows that moving your body and feeling that you caused the movement are not exactly the same thing. Most of the time, those systems work together so perfectly that you never notice them. You simply think about moving, and your hand obeys. But when the connection breaks, the illusion of effortless control becomes visible. Your hand is still yours. Your brain is still controlling it. Yet the experience of being the one who caused the movement can disappear. And that reveals just how complicated the feeling of control really is. The agency illusion experiments: you press a button, something happens, and you immediately feel that you caused it. But researchers have discovered that this feeling of control can be created even when your actual control is limited. These are the agency illusion experiments. Researchers manipulate the timing between an action and its outcome. A participant might press a button and see a light appear slightly afterward. When the timing feels natural, the person may experience the light as something they caused. Even when the experiment secretly controls part of what happens, the feeling of agency can remain surprisingly strong. That tells us something important. Your brain does not simply record whether you caused an event. It makes a prediction. Before you act, your brain expects a certain outcome. If what happens matches that prediction closely enough, your brain can conclude that you caused it. This usually works perfectly. You decide to move your hand. Your hand moves. You see the movement. Everything matches. Your brain produces the feeling of control. But researchers can manipulate these signals, change the timing, change the outcome, add an unexpected delay. Suddenly, the feeling of agency becomes weaker. In some experiments, people can even feel responsible for outcomes that were not completely under their control. The experience feels genuine because the brain is using the information available to it. This does not mean your actions are always illusions. It means the feeling of control is something your brain actively constructs. And that changes how we think about free will. You usually experience yourself as the author of your actions without questioning it. But experiments show that authorship is partly based on prediction, timing, and sensory feedback. Your brain constantly asks a hidden question: did I cause that? Most of the time, the answer feels obvious. But when researchers disturb the system, that certainty can suddenly become surprisingly fragile. The intentional binding experiments: you decide to press a button and a moment later a sound happens. Ask yourself how much time seemed to pass between the action and the sound. It might feel shorter than it actually was. Researchers call this effect intentional binding. The experiment usually involves a simple action followed by an outcome. Participants might press a button and then hear a tone. When they believe they caused the tone, they often perceive the action and outcome as being closer together in time. That sounds like a small trick of perception, but it became important in research on free will. Why? Because the brain seems to bind an intentional action with its consequence when you believe you caused it. Your experience becomes something like this: I decided to act. Then the result happened. The brain links those events together so tightly that the actual time between them can feel compressed. Researchers have compared this effect with situations where an outcome happens independently. When people do not feel responsible for the outcome, the same timing can be perceived differently. This suggests that your sense of agency can change how you experience time itself. That is the fascinating part. Free will may not only influence how you interpret your actions, it may influence how those actions and their consequences are experienced. The brain constantly tries to connect causes with effects. When you intend an action and something happens afterward, your brain uses that relationship to construct a feeling of control. But this also creates an interesting problem. If the brain can change your perception of when an action happened and when its result happened, then your experience of being the cause may depend partly on how your brain organizes events. You do not experience every millisecond objectively. You experience a story: action, outcome, cause, effect. And when your brain believes you are responsible, those pieces can become tightly connected. The experiment suggests that the feeling of control may be partly built from how your brain stitches time together. The time perception experiments. Have you ever looked at the clock and felt like an hour disappeared? Or waited 5 minutes for something important and felt like it lasted forever? The clock did not change. Your experience of time did. Researchers study this strange effect through time perception experiments. Participants are asked to estimate durations, reproduce time intervals, or judge whether one event lasted longer than another. The results show that your brain does not experience time like a perfectly accurate stopwatch. Attention can change it. Emotion can change it. Even the amount of information you experience can change how long something feels. When you are deeply focused on an activity, hours can seem to pass quickly. During a frightening or stressful event, a few seconds can feel unusually long. Researchers believe this happens because your brain does not simply measure time directly. It uses changes in attention, memory, emotion, and sensory information to construct an estimate of duration. That becomes especially obvious during emergencies. People sometimes report that dangerous events seem to happen in slow motion, but experiments suggest that the brain may not literally speed up its perception during the event. Instead, stronger memories and increased attention can make the experience seem longer when remembered afterward. This creates an important distinction. The time you experience while something is happening can differ from the time you remember afterward. Your brain is not simply reading a clock. It is building a story about how much time passed, and that story can change depending on what happened during those moments. A boring lecture can feel endless. A great conversation can disappear in what feels like minutes. The clock says both lasted the same amount of time. Your mind disagrees. That is what makes time perception so fascinating. You think you are experiencing time itself, but experiments suggest you are actually experiencing your brain's changing estimate of time. The seconds remain constant. Your experience of them does not. The oddball paradigm experiments imagine hearing the same sound again and again. Beep, beep, beep. Then suddenly, one sound is different. Your brain notices it almost immediately. You may not even be paying attention, yet something inside you reacts. This is the basic idea behind the oddball paradigm, one of the most widely used methods in neuroscience. Researchers present a series of repeated sounds, images, or other stimuli, and occasionally introduce something unusual. The unusual event is called the oddball. While this happens, scientists measure brain activity. The surprising part is that the brain can respond to the unexpected stimulus even when the person is not deliberately looking for it. A common example uses repeated tones with an occasional higher or lower tone. The unusual tone can produce a measurable brain response called the mismatch negativity. This response can appear even when participants are not consciously focused on the sounds. That makes the experiment incredibly useful. It shows that the brain is constantly comparing what it expects with what actually happens. Most of the time, predictable information requires less attention. But when something violates the pattern, the brain reacts. Something changed. Pay attention. This happens automatically. Your brain is constantly building predictions about the world, then checking incoming information against those predictions. If everything matches, you barely notice. If something suddenly changes, your attention can be pulled toward it before you consciously decide to pay attention. That may be one reason unexpected sounds are so difficult to ignore. A quiet room suddenly becomes silent after constant noise, and you notice. Someone says your name in a crowded room, and your attention snaps toward it. The oddball experiments reveal that your brain is not passively receiving reality. It is constantly predicting what should happen next, and when reality breaks the pattern, your brain sounds an internal alarm. You may not have chosen to notice. Your brain noticed first. The P300 experiments, a sound repeats again and again. Most of the time, nothing interesting happens. Then suddenly, one unusual sound appears, and your brain produces a measurable burst of electrical activity. Researchers call one important response the P300. The P300 experiments are designed to study attention, decision-making, and how the brain recognizes something as important. Participants might hear a series of tones and be told to count the rare ones. When the unusual tone appears, brain recordings often show a positive electrical response roughly 300 milliseconds after the stimulus. That timing is what gave the response its name. But the fascinating part is not simply the number. The P300 tends to become stronger when a person is paying attention and treating a stimulus as meaningful or unexpected. Your brain is constantly receiving information. Most of it is predictable and fades into the background. Then something important appears. Your brain responds. This makes the P300 useful in studying how attention works and how the brain decides that certain information deserves conscious processing. Researchers have also explored whether P300 responses can reveal whether a person recognizes familiar information. For example, if someone sees a familiar face, word, or pattern, the brain may respond differently from when the information is completely unfamiliar. But the P300 is not a direct detector of thoughts or memories. It does not tell scientists exactly what someone is thinking. It is better understood as a measurable signal associated with attention and the processing of significant information. And that reveals something fascinating about consciousness. Your brain does not treat every piece of information equally. It constantly ranks what matters. Most signals pass quietly through the background. Then something unexpected, important, or personally meaningful appears, and the brain gives it priority. You may experience that as a simple feeling. I noticed that. But underneath that tiny moment of awareness, electrical activity is spreading through your brain. The P300 lets researchers catch a glimpse of that process. It is a brief signal, but it shows how quickly the brain can decide that something deserves your attention. The no-report paradigm experiments. What if scientists could study consciousness without asking you to say what you saw? That sounds impossible, because most consciousness experiments depend on people reporting their experience. But researchers discovered that asking for a report can actually change the brain activity they are trying to measure. That led to the no-report paradigm. Instead of asking participants to press a button or describe what they consciously saw, researchers use other signals to determine what they are experiencing. For example, eye movements, pupil changes, or predictable changes in the visual stimulus can provide information without requiring a conscious report. This matters because reporting something involves much more than simply experiencing it. You have to pay attention. Remember what happened. Make a decision. Move your body. Then communicate the answer. All of those processes create brain activity of their own. So how do researchers know which activity belongs to consciousness itself? The no-report approach tries to separate conscious experience from the extra mental work required to report it. And the results have challenged some earlier assumptions. Brain activity that scientists once thought was a direct signature of conscious awareness may actually reflect attention, decision-making, or the act of reporting. That does not mean those signals are useless. It means consciousness may be harder to locate than researchers originally believed. The experiment exposes a hidden problem in consciousness research. When you ask someone what they saw, you are not just measuring awareness. You are measuring awareness plus memory, attention, decision-making, language, and movement. Remove the report, and some of those layers disappear. That gives scientists a cleaner way to investigate what the brain is doing when experience changes. And the deeper lesson is fascinating. Your conscious experience happens privately. Researchers cannot directly enter it. They have to infer it from clues. The no-report paradigm tries to make those clues less contaminated by the act of describing what you experienced. For something as personal as consciousness, that small change can completely alter what scientists think they are actually measuring. The neural adaptation experiments. Stare at the same image long enough, and something strange happens. Your brain starts getting used to it. A face can become less noticeable. A sound can fade into the background. Even a visual pattern that seemed intense at first can gradually lose its impact. Researchers study this through neural adaptation experiments. The basic idea is simple. Present the same stimulus repeatedly, then measure how the brain responds when it appears again. The response often becomes weaker. Your brain is basically saying, "I already know this." That is incredibly useful. Imagine having to consciously process every sound, color, movement, and sensation around you every second. Your brain would be overwhelmed. Instead, repeated information becomes less important. Novel information gets priority. This is why you stop noticing the feeling of your clothes against your skin or the constant sound of an air conditioner after a while. The physical stimulus is still there. Your nervous system has simply become less responsive to it. Researchers have found neural adaptation throughout sensory systems, including vision, hearing, and touch. The fascinating part is that adaptation can change what you consciously experience without the outside world changing at all. A stimulus remains exactly the same. Your experience of it changes. Visual experiments demonstrate this dramatically. After staring at a particular movement or pattern, a stationary image can briefly appear to move in the opposite direction. Your eyes are receiving the new image correctly, but your brain is comparing it with what it has just experienced. The result is an illusion, and that reveals something important about perception. Your brain is not simply recording reality like a camera. It is constantly adjusting its response based on what came before. What you experience right now depends partly on what your brain experienced moments earlier. That means perception is always moving. Your brain is adapting, recalibrating, and deciding what deserves attention. The world may stay the same, but your experience of that world can quietly change underneath you, and you usually never notice the adjustment happening. The attentional blink experiments. Two important things appear almost one after another, but somehow you notice the first and completely miss the second. Your eyes received both. Your brain did not consciously register both. That strange gap is called the attentional blink. Researchers discovered it by rapidly presenting a stream of letters, numbers, or images and asking participants to identify specific targets. When the second important target appears shortly after the first, people often fail to notice it. The fascinating part is that the second target is not necessarily invisible. The problem is that your attention is already occupied processing the first one. It is almost like your conscious mind briefly closes its door while dealing with important information. Researchers usually find that the effect is strongest when the second target appears within a short window after the first. After that period, attention recovers and the second target becomes easier to detect. This reveals something important about conscious awareness. You might imagine that your brain continuously watches everything happening around you. It does not. Your attention has limits. When something important captures your processing resources, other information can temporarily fail to reach conscious awareness. And this can happen even when the missed information is directly in front of you. That means attention is not simply about choosing where to look. It also determines which information gets enough processing to become part of your conscious experience. The experiment becomes even more interesting when you think about everyday life. Someone tells you something while you are reading a message, and you completely miss the next sentence. You watch a fast-moving video and fail to notice an important detail. Your brain may have received the information, but your attention was already busy. The attentional blink shows that consciousness has a bottleneck. Your brain can process enormous amounts of information, but only a limited amount can receive focused, conscious processing at the same moment. You are surrounded by information. Your brain is processing much of it. But consciousness has to choose what gets through. And sometimes, while it is busy noticing one thing, something else disappears right in front of you. The psychological refractory period experiments. Your brain can process many things at once, but there is a strange moment when two tasks arrive almost together, and the second one seems to get stuck. Researchers call this the psychological refractory period. In these experiments, participants are given two tasks in rapid succession. They might hear one tone and quickly respond, then receive another signal requiring a different response. When the second task follows too closely behind the first, reaction time increases. The strange part is that the delay does not necessarily mean the brain has stopped processing the second signal. Instead, some part of the response process appears to become temporarily occupied by the first task. It is like your brain has received the second message, but the system responsible for choosing and executing the response is still busy. Researchers use this effect to study the limits of mental processing and decision-making. It reveals something important about multitasking. You may feel like you are handling two tasks simultaneously, but your brain often has to rapidly switch between them. The closer together the tasks are, the more obvious the bottleneck becomes. Think about driving while listening to someone explain something complicated. You can hear the person and control the car. But if something unexpected happens on the road, your attention shifts immediately. The conversation may suddenly disappear from your awareness. The psychological refractory period shows that this is not simply a matter of effort. Some stages of processing cannot happen fully at the same time. Your brain can receive multiple signals. It can even begin processing them in parallel. But selecting and organizing a response can create a bottleneck. That means multitasking may feel efficient while quietly making you slower. The experiment exposes a hidden limitation of conscious control. You might believe your mind can simply handle everything at once. But when two important decisions arrive almost simultaneously, the brain may force them through a narrow doorway. One gets processed, the other waits, and you may never notice the delay happening inside your own mind. Your brain feels limitless. The experiments show that it has bottlenecks you cannot see. The dual task experiments try talking to someone while solving a difficult calculation in your head. You might feel like you are doing both things at once. Then suddenly, you realize you missed half of what the person said. Researchers have used dual task experiments to uncover why this happens. Participants are asked to perform two tasks at the same time, such as remembering information while responding to sounds, tracking objects while making decisions, or moving while solving a mental problem. The results reveal something important. Your brain can handle multiple streams of information, but conscious processing has serious limits. When two tasks require the same mental resources, performance on one or both tasks usually gets worse. You become slower, you make more mistakes, and sometimes one task seems to disappear from awareness completely. Researchers use these experiments to identify where the bottlenecks occur. Some mental processes can happen simultaneously. Others compete for the same limited resources. That means multitasking is not always true parallel processing. Often, your brain is rapidly switching between tasks so quickly that it creates the feeling of doing everything together. You can see this in everyday life. You check a message while someone is talking. You listen to music while driving. You cook while trying to remember something important. Most of the time, your brain manages surprisingly well. But introduce two demanding tasks at once, and the cracks appear. The more attention each task requires, the harder it becomes to perform both accurately. This reveals something unsettling about conscious awareness. You are surrounded by information, but your conscious mind cannot deeply process everything simultaneously. Your brain has to prioritize. Something gets your attention. Something else gets pushed into the background. And sometimes, you never realize what you missed. Dual task experiments show that the feeling of having a limitless mind is misleading. Your brain can process enormous amounts of information outside awareness. But when conscious control is required, the system becomes much more selective. You are not doing everything at once. Your brain is deciding what deserves your limited mental resources, moment by moment. The invisible touch experiments. You feel a touch on your skin, but you cannot see where it came from. Then something strange happens. Your brain can sometimes make that sensation feel more precise, more meaningful, or even located somewhere slightly different from where the touch actually occurred. Researchers study this through invisible touch experiments. Participants receive carefully controlled touches while visual information is manipulated or removed. Scientists then compare where people believe they were touched with where the physical stimulus actually occurred. The results reveal something important. Your sense of touch is not simply a direct recording of your skin. Your brain combines touch with vision, body position, attention, and expectations to construct the experience. This becomes especially obvious when visual information conflicts with physical sensation. If you see something happening to a particular part of your body at the same time that another area is touched, your brain can sometimes shift where you experience the sensation. The brain is trying to make all the signals agree. And when they do not, perception can become surprisingly flexible. Researchers use these experiments to understand how the brain creates a sense of body ownership and location. You normally feel completely certain about where your body ends and the outside world begins. You know where your hand is. You know where you were touched. You know that the sensation belongs to you. But those experiences are not produced by one single signal. They are constructed by the brain from many sources of information. That is why illusions involving touch can feel so convincing. The physical stimulus stays the same. Your interpretation changes, and this reveals something deeper about consciousness. You do not experience raw sensory information. You experience your brain's best interpretation of that information. Most of the time, the interpretation is accurate enough that you never question it. But experiments can create situations where the brain gets conflicting signals. Then the hidden machinery becomes visible. Your body feels solid. Your sense of location feels certain. Yet underneath that certainty is a prediction constantly being updated by your brain. Even something as basic as feeling a touch is not as simple as it seems. The thermal grill experiments. Imagine touching a surface made of alternating hot and cold metal bars. The temperature is carefully controlled so that neither the hot bars nor the cold bars are painful on their own. Then something strange happens. When the hot and cold bars touch your skin at the same time, the sensation can become surprisingly painful. This is known as the thermal grill illusion. Researchers discovered that pain is not simply a direct measurement of temperature. Your brain combines different signals from the skin and interprets them together. When the signals conflict, the brain can produce an experience that is stronger than what either temperature would normally create by itself. That makes the experiment important for understanding how pain works. The skin detects heat and cold through different sensory pathways. Your brain receives those signals and tries to construct one coherent interpretation. But when the information arrives in an unusual combination, the result can feel completely different from the physical stimulus. Nothing is actually burning you. The temperature has not suddenly become dangerous. Yet your brain can interpret the pattern as painful. This reveals something deeply important about perception. Pain is not simply a direct reading of damage happening inside your body. It is an experience constructed by the nervous system using sensory information, context, and interpretation. That does not make the pain imaginary. The sensation is completely real. Your brain is genuinely generating the experience. The thermal grill experiments show that the relationship between physical stimulation and conscious experience is not always straightforward. The same skin can receive different combinations of signals and produce dramatically different sensations. And that means your brain is doing much more than receiving information. It is interpreting it. Every moment, your nervous system takes thousands of signals from your body and turns them into a coherent experience. Usually, that process works so smoothly that you never notice it. But the thermal grill illusion exposes the machinery. Change the pattern of signals, and your experience changes with it. Even pain, something that feels completely objective, is partly shaped by how the brain makes sense of what the body is experiencing. The pain placebo experiments, a person takes a pill they believe will reduce their pain. The pill contains no active painkiller. And yet, the pain sometimes becomes weaker. That is the strange power researchers discovered in pain placebo experiments. Participants are given an inactive treatment, but told it can reduce discomfort. When they expect relief, some people report significantly less pain, even though the treatment itself contains nothing capable of directly blocking the painful stimulus. Researchers have studied this by comparing reported pain with changes in brain activity and the body's natural pain control systems. The result is not simply imagination. Expectations can activate real biological processes. The brain can release natural chemicals called endorphins that help reduce pain. Expecting relief can also change how the brain evaluates incoming pain signals. The important part is that the injury or physical stimulus does not necessarily disappear. The experience of it changes. That distinction reveals something powerful about consciousness. Your brain does not passively receive pain and display it on a mental screen. It constantly interprets incoming signals. Expectation, attention, memory, and emotional context can all influence that interpretation. Researchers have even found that the opposite can happen. If a person expects a treatment to cause pain or unpleasant effects, they can sometimes experience stronger symptoms even when the treatment itself is inactive. This is known as the nocebo effect. So belief can move perception in both directions. Expect relief, and pain may decrease. Expect harm, and symptoms may become worse. That does not mean people are imagining their suffering. The brain is producing a genuine physical experience based partly on what it expects to happen. And that is what makes the placebo experiments so important. They reveal that the mind and body are not separate systems working independently. Your expectations can influence how your nervous system processes signals coming from your own body. The pain feels completely real. The change is real. But the experiment shows that what you feel is shaped not only by what happens to your body, but also by what your brain believes is happening. The placebo surgery experiments. Imagine going through surgery, waking up afterward, and feeling better. Now imagine that the surgeon never actually performed the procedure. That sounds impossible, but researchers have used sham surgery to investigate how much expectation can influence physical symptoms. In these experiments, patients receive the preparation, anesthesia, and surgical experience associated with a real procedure. But the critical treatment itself is not performed. And sometimes, patients still improve. One famous example involved people with knee pain. Researchers compared real arthroscopic surgery with a sham procedure that created the experience of surgery without performing the intended repair. The surprising result was that some patients receiving the sham procedure reported improvements similar to those receiving the real surgery. The operation had not physically fixed the damaged tissue, yet their pain and movement could still improve. This does not mean surgery is useless or that every illness can be treated with belief. The effects depend heavily on the condition, and many procedures have clear biological benefits that cannot be explained by placebo effects. But these experiments reveal something powerful about the brain. Expectation can influence how the body feels and functions. The patient expects treatment. The brain predicts improvement. That expectation can activate biological processes involving pain, attention, emotion, and movement. The experience is not fake. The pain relief can be genuine. What changes is the way the brain processes the signals coming from the body. That makes placebo surgery especially disturbing. We usually think physical symptoms should require physical solutions. If something hurts, we assume something must have changed inside the body. But these experiments show that the experience of pain is more complicated. Your brain does not simply report what your body feels. It interprets those signals using expectation, memory, context, and belief. Sometimes, believing that something has changed can actually change the way your body feels. The surgery may be fake. The experience of improvement may not be. The nocebo experiments, you take a harmless pill, but you are warned that it might cause headaches, nausea, or pain. A few hours later, you start feeling sick. The pill contained nothing capable of causing those symptoms. So what happened? Researchers call this the nocebo effect. It is the darker counterpart to the placebo effect. Instead of expecting relief and feeling better, a person expects harm and can experience real unpleasant symptoms, even when the treatment itself is inactive. Scientists have demonstrated this in controlled experiments by giving participants inert substances while creating different expectations about possible side effects. The results can be striking. People who expect a particular symptom are sometimes more likely to experience it. The symptom is not necessarily imagined. Their brain is producing a genuine physical experience. Expectation can influence attention, stress responses, pain processing, and other biological systems. If you are constantly watching your body for signs of danger, a small sensation that you would normally ignore can suddenly become important. Your brain notices it. You interpret it as evidence that something is wrong. That interpretation creates more attention. The sensation becomes stronger. A cycle begins. This is why the nocebo effect matters in medicine. A patient's expectations about a treatment can influence how they experience its side effects, even when the treatment itself is not responsible for every symptom. But researchers are careful not to conclude that symptoms are simply caused by negative thinking. Nocebo effects involve complex interactions between expectation, learning, anxiety, attention, and physiology. The fascinating part is what this reveals about perception. Your brain is constantly predicting what should happen inside your body. When it expects danger, it can become more sensitive to signals that support that prediction. You feel something unusual. Your brain asks what it means. If the answer is danger, the sensation can become much harder to ignore. The experiment exposes an uncomfortable truth. Sometimes, what you expect to feel can influence what you actually feel. Your brain does not merely observe your body. It helps construct the experience of being inside it. Text with 3x7pq. The color after image experiments stare at a bright colored image for long enough, then look at a plain white surface. Suddenly, another color appears. There is nothing on the wall, yet you can clearly see it. This is the color after image effect, and it reveals something fascinating about how your visual system creates what you experience as color. Researchers discovered that when you stare at one color for an extended period, the neurons responding to that color can become temporarily adapted. Then you look at something neutral, like a white surface. The visual system is no longer responding evenly. The adapted color pathway responds less strongly, while opposing color pathways become relatively more influential. Your brain interprets that imbalance as a different color. So the color you see is not actually coming from the surface. It is being generated by your nervous system. That is what makes the experiment so powerful. You can look directly at a blank wall and experience a vivid color that physically is not there. Your eyes are receiving ordinary light. The illusion is created by how your brain processes that light. Researchers use these experiments to study opponent processing, where certain color signals work in opposing pairs. For example, signals associated with red and green influence each other, as do blue and yellow. When one system becomes strongly adapted, the balance shifts. The result can be a color that seems to appear from nowhere. This reveals something important about perception. Your brain is not simply recording the physical world like a camera. It is constantly comparing signals, adjusting sensitivity, and constructing the experience you ultimately perceive. The color feels completely real, but it does not exist on the surface you are looking at. It exists in your experience. And that distinction matters. Everything you see is the result of information entering your nervous system and being transformed into conscious perception. Most of the time, that transformation is so accurate that you never question it, but the afterimage exposes the machinery. Change the input, and your brain changes its interpretation. The wall stays white. Your experience does not, and for a few seconds, your own brain can paint a color onto reality that was never physically there. The blind spot experiments close one eye and stare at a small mark while slowly moving another image across your field of view. At a certain point, the second image suddenly disappears. It is not hidden. It is not too small to see. You simply cannot see it. This is your blind spot. Researchers discovered that every human eye contains a region where the optic nerve leaves the retina, because there are no light-sensitive cells at that exact location. Information from that part of the visual field never reaches the brain. But here is the strange part. You do not normally walk around seeing a black hole in your vision. Your brain fills in the missing information. Blind spot experiments demonstrate this by placing a shape or object exactly where the blind spot occurs. Instead of seeing an empty patch, you may perceive a continuous background. If a line passes through the blind spot, your brain can make the line appear uninterrupted. It is essentially guessing what should be there. That reveals something important about vision. Your brain is not simply displaying everything your eyes detect. It is constructing a complete visual scene from incomplete information. Most of the time, those predictions are so accurate that you never notice them. But the blind spot exposes the trick. Part of your visual world is missing, yet your conscious experience feels complete. You believe you are seeing everything in front of you. In reality, your brain is constantly filling gaps, correcting information, and creating a seamless picture. The world you experience is not a perfect recording. It is your brain's best reconstruction of reality. The motion-induced blindness experiments. 3 small yellow dots appear around a bright spinning pattern. You stare directly at them. Then, suddenly one of the dots disappears. You know it is still there. You can see it again when you look away or stop the background motion. Yet, while watching the moving pattern, the stationary dot can repeatedly vanish from conscious awareness. This is called motion-induced blindness. Researchers use the illusion to study how the brain decides which visual information reaches consciousness. The strange part is that nothing is physically blocking the dot. Light from the dot still reaches your eyes. Your visual system is receiving the information, but your conscious perception sometimes removes it. One explanation is that the brain gives priority to the constantly changing motion in the background while suppressing stable information that appears less important. Your visual system is not treating every object equally. It is constantly competing for attention and processing resources. The illusion becomes especially interesting because the missing object can reappear without anything changing physically. The dot does not move. The background does not necessarily change in a meaningful way. Your perception changes. That reveals something important about consciousness. Seeing is not simply a matter of information reaching the eyes. Information has to be selected, organized, and maintained by the brain before it becomes part of your conscious experience. Motion-induced blindness demonstrates that even objects directly in front of you can disappear when the brain decides other information deserves priority. You might think your eyes provide a continuous movie of reality. They do not. Your brain is constantly editing the scene. Some details become prominent, others fade away, and some can disappear completely, even while your eyes continue receiving the same physical information. The most unsettling part is that you usually have no idea what your brain is removing. You experience the final picture, not the editing process. For a moment, the experiment lets you watch your own perception delete something that is still right in front of you. The Fey phenomenon, 2 lights flash one after another, separated by a short pause. First, you see one light, then another. But your brain can experience something that never physically happened. You see movement. This is the Phi phenomenon, one of the classic discoveries in the psychology of visual perception. Researchers found that when stationary lights appear at carefully timed positions, people can experience the sensation of motion even though nothing actually travels between them. The lights simply turn on and off. Your brain creates the movement. This discovery became important in understanding how the mind constructs continuous experiences from separate events. Your eyes do not receive the world as a perfectly smooth movie. They receive changing patterns of light. The brain has to organize those signals and determine what is happening. When 2 images appear close together in space and time, the brain can interpret them as parts of one moving event. This principle became especially important in the study of cinema. A movie is made from individual frames. Each frame is a still image. Yet when they appear rapidly enough, you experience continuous movement. Your brain connects separate visual events into one coherent experience. The Phi phenomenon shows that perception is not simply a recording of what physically happens. Your brain actively interprets relationships between events. Sometimes, it creates motion where there is no actual moving object. That is the fascinating part. The movement feels completely real. You can point to it. You can watch it travel, but nothing actually moved between the 2 positions. The motion exists in your perception. And this reveals a deeper truth about vision. Your brain is constantly predicting what should happen next and connecting pieces of information into a meaningful sequence. Reality arrives as separate signals. Your conscious experience turns them into a continuous world. The experiment is simple. Two lights, two moments, one illusion. But hidden inside it is a profound discovery. The smooth, continuous reality you experience may be something your brain constructs from fragments. The apparent motion experiments, two lights flash in different places, one after another. Nothing actually travels between them. Yet you can experience a bright object moving smoothly from the first position to the second. This is called apparent motion. Researchers discovered that when separate visual events occur close enough together in space and time, the brain can combine them into a single moving experience. The phenomenon became especially important in understanding how we perceive movement and how motion pictures work. Imagine two light bulbs positioned several inches apart. The first flashes. A fraction of a second later, the second flashes. Your eyes receive two separate events, but your brain may interpret them as one object traveling between the two locations. There is no physical object making that journey. The movement exists only in your perception. This reveals something important about vision. Your brain does not simply record each image independently. It constantly searches for relationships between events and tries to construct a coherent explanation of what is happening. When two images appear at the right speed and distance, the simplest explanation can become movement. That same principle helps explain why movies appear to contain continuous action, even though they are made from individual still frames. Each frame is stationary, but your brain links the sequence together. The result feels like a single flowing event. Researchers have used apparent motion experiments to study timing, attention, perception, and the way the visual system processes change. The illusion also shows that perception can contain information that was never directly present in the physical stimulus. You see movement, but there was no moving object. Your brain created the connection. And that is the fascinating part. You usually trust your eyes because what you see feels like direct evidence of reality. But your eyes provide signals. Your brain provides the interpretation. Most of the time, the interpretation is incredibly useful. Sometimes, experiments reveal the machinery behind it. Two flashes become one moving object. Separate moments become continuous motion, and your brain quietly turns fragments of reality into a world that feels seamless. The cutaneous rabbit experiment. Imagine feeling 3 quick taps on your wrist. The first is near your hand. The second is closer to your arm. The third is even farther up, but instead of feeling 3 separate taps, you may experience a rapid series of taps traveling smoothly along your skin. It can feel like something is hopping across your arm. Researchers call this the cutaneous rabbit illusion. The experiment reveals something surprising about how your brain processes touch. When several taps occur close together in time, but at different locations, your brain may combine them into a continuous pattern. The physical touches are separate. Your experience is not. Your nervous system receives information from different points on your skin and tries to determine the most likely sequence of events. Instead of experiencing each tap independently, the brain can create an apparent movement between them. Nothing actually travels across your skin. The sensation is constructed by your brain. This shows that touch, like vision, is not simply a direct recording of physical events. Your brain constantly organizes sensory information into patterns that make sense. Timing is especially important. When the taps happen within the right temporal window, the brain is more likely to link them together. The result is a strange illusion. You feel something moving across your body, even though nothing is actually moving. Researchers use this effect to study how the brain combines information across space and time. It also reveals something deeper about perception. Your experience of the present is influenced by events that happened moments earlier. The brain does not process every sensation as an isolated event. It connects them. It predicts relationships. It builds continuity. That is why 3 simple taps can become a sensation of movement. The experiment may seem like a harmless trick, but it exposes a fundamental feature of consciousness. You do not experience raw sensory signals. You experience the brain's interpretation of those signals. The taps are real. The rabbit is not. Your brain creates the rabbit anyway. The temporal order experiments, 2 events happen almost at the same time. One comes first. The other comes second. You would think your brain could easily tell which happened first, but experiments show that when events are separated by only tiny amounts of time, your perception of their order can become surprisingly unreliable. Researchers call these temporal order experiments. Participants are presented with 2 sounds, flashes, touches, or other signals at slightly different times. They then have to identify which stimulus came first. As the time gap becomes smaller, mistakes increase. Sometimes the brain can even perceive the order differently depending on attention, expectation, or where the signals occur. This reveals something important about how your brain experiences time. You do not experience every event with perfect millisecond accuracy. Your brain has to process incoming information and construct a coherent sequence. When 2 events arrive extremely close together, their signals can overlap during processing. Instead of receiving a perfectly ordered timeline, your brain has to determine the most likely sequence. That process normally works incredibly well. You can hear someone clap and immediately know when the sound happened. You can see an object move and understand the direction of its movement. But reduce the timing difference enough, and the certainty begins to disappear. Researchers use these experiments to study attention, sensory processing, reaction time, and the neural mechanisms behind our sense of temporal order. The fascinating part is that your experience of time is not simply a recording of when events physically occurred. Your brain constructs that sequence. Sometimes it can even prioritize one sensory signal over another, changing which event seems to have happened first. That means your perception of the present is already an interpretation. The world produces events in a particular order. Your nervous system receives signals at different speeds. Your brain then combines them into one timeline that feels completely natural. Most of the time, you never question that timeline, but the experiment exposes the hidden process. 2 events happen almost together. Your brain has to decide which came first, and when the difference becomes tiny enough, even your sense of what happened first can become an illusion. The flash, lag experiments, a moving object travels across your field of vision. At the exact moment it reaches a certain position, a stationary flash appears beside it. The flash and the moving object occur at the same time. Yet you may see the moving object slightly ahead of the flash. This is called the flash-lag effect. Researchers discovered that the brain can perceive moving and flashed objects as being in different positions even when they are physically aligned at the same moment. Why does this happen? One explanation is that the brain continuously processes motion and predicts where a moving object is likely to be. By the time the visual information reaches conscious awareness, the brain may already have updated the object's perceived position. The flashed object does not provide the same continuous motion information, so the two signals can appear misaligned. The fascinating part is that the illusion happens even though the physical events are synchronized. Your eyes receive the information. Your brain receives the information, but your conscious perception places the objects in different locations. Researchers use the flash lag effect to study visual processing, motion perception, attention, and the timing of conscious awareness. It also raises a deeper question. Do you perceive the world exactly as it happens? Apparently not. Your brain needs time to process incoming information. Instead of simply showing you the past, it may use predictions to create a useful estimate of what is happening now. That means perception is partly predictive. The brain is constantly trying to compensate for delays in sensory processing. When something moves, prediction can help you interact with it smoothly. You can catch a ball because your brain does not simply wait for every piece of visual information to arrive before responding. It estimates where the object is going. The flash lag illusion exposes that process. Two events happen together. Your brain makes them appear separated. The physical world stays synchronized. Your perception does not, and that suggests something extraordinary. What you experience as the present may actually be your brain's carefully constructed prediction of what is happening right now. The color constancy experiments look at a white sheet of paper under bright sunlight. Now take the same paper into a room lit by a yellow lamp. The light reaching your eyes has changed dramatically, yet the paper still looks white. How? This is the mystery researchers study through color constancy experiments. The physical light reflected from an object can change depending on the lighting around it, but your perception of the object's color often remains surprisingly stable. Researchers demonstrate this by placing objects under different colored lights and asking participants to identify their colors. Even when the measured wavelengths change, people can continue to perceive the same surface as having roughly the same color. Your brain is doing something remarkable. It is estimating the lighting conditions around you and adjusting its interpretation of the light reaching your eyes. Without this ability, the color of objects would seem to change constantly. A white shirt could appear yellow indoors, blue in shade, and orange near sunset. Instead, your brain tries to maintain a stable interpretation. But this system is not perfect. If the lighting is unusual or ambiguous, color constancy can break down. That is why some optical illusions produce completely different color experiences from the same physical image. The famous dress illusion demonstrated this dramatically. Different people interpreted the same photograph as having different colors because their brains made different assumptions about the lighting. The image was identical. The perceptions were not. Color constancy experiments reveal something important about vision. You do not experience the wavelengths entering your eyes directly. Your brain interprets them using context, surrounding colors, shadows, and assumptions about illumination. The result usually feels completely objective. You see a white object, and you assume it simply is white. But your brain is quietly calculating what the lighting must be doing. The experiment exposes a hidden feature of perception. Color is not only a property of the world, it is also a construction of the observer. Change the context, and your brain can change the experience. The object stays the same. The light changes, and your brain works behind the scenes to make the world continue looking stable. The auditory awareness experiments: a sound is playing in a crowded room, but you are focused on a conversation. Suddenly, someone says your name from across the room, and your attention snaps toward it. You were hearing everything. You were not consciously noticing everything. Researchers study this difference through auditory awareness experiments. Participants listen to sounds while performing another task, sometimes with competing voices, tones, or background noise. Researchers then test which sounds they consciously noticed and which ones escaped awareness. The results reveal something surprising. Your ears receive far more information than your conscious mind can process. The brain constantly filters incoming sounds, deciding which signals deserve attention. This becomes obvious in the cocktail party effect. You may ignore dozens of conversations around you, yet your brain can still detect personally important information, such as your name. Researchers also use changes in volume, pitch, timing, and attention to determine when a sound reaches conscious awareness. Sometimes the brain processes a sound without the person being able to report exactly what they heard. This suggests that hearing and auditory awareness are not identical. Your ears detect sound. Your brain analyzes it. But only some of that processing becomes part of conscious experience. That distinction is important because you normally feel as though you hear everything around you. In reality, your conscious auditory world is heavily edited. A conversation can disappear when you become deeply focused on something else. A background noise can become completely unnoticed after a few minutes. Then one unexpected sound can suddenly capture your attention. Nothing necessarily changed about your hearing. Your brain simply changed what it considered important. Auditory awareness experiments reveal that consciousness is selective. You are surrounded by sounds every second, but your brain cannot give all of them equal priority. It constantly chooses. This raises a fascinating question. How much of the world are you actually hearing without consciously knowing it? The answer may be far more than you realize. Your ears are always listening. Your conscious mind is not. The auditory streaming experiments: imagine hearing two alternating tones, high, low, high, low. At first, they sound like one sequence. Then the tones become faster. Suddenly, you may stop hearing one alternating pattern and begin hearing two separate streams. The sounds have not changed. Your perception has. Researchers study this through auditory streaming experiments, which investigate how the brain organizes complex sounds into meaningful groups. Participants are presented with sequences of tones that differ in pitch, timing, or loudness. As the differences become larger or the sequence becomes faster, listeners may experience the sounds as separate auditory streams. This is called auditory stream segregation. Your brain is essentially deciding which sounds belong together. That process happens constantly in everyday life. In a crowded restaurant, dozens of voices reach your ears at once, yet you can follow one person's voice while ignoring the others. In music, you can distinguish instruments playing simultaneously. Your brain separates the mixture into recognizable sources. Auditory streaming experiments reveal that hearing is not simply detecting individual sounds. Your brain organizes them. It groups some signals together and separates others. The fascinating part is that the same physical sound sequence can sometimes produce different experiences depending on where you focus your attention. You can hear one pattern, then shift your attention. Suddenly, another pattern becomes more noticeable. The sound itself has not changed. Your interpretation has. This shows that auditory perception is partly an active process. Your brain is constantly asking hidden questions. Which sounds belong together? Which source produced them? Which ones matter? Which can be ignored? Most of the time, this happens automatically. You simply experience a clear voice, a melody, or a rhythm. But the experiments expose the machinery behind that clarity. The world reaches your ears as a complicated mixture of vibrations. Your brain turns that mixture into separate objects: a voice, a melody, a footstep, a passing car. You do not simply hear the world. Your brain organizes the noise into a world that makes sense. The dichotic listening experiments: imagine hearing two different sentences at exactly the same time. One enters your left ear. The other enters your right. Researchers then ask you to repeat everything you heard from one ear. It sounds simple, but something fascinating happens. You can usually follow one message surprisingly well, while remembering very little from the other. These are dichotic listening experiments. Researchers use them to study selective attention and how the brain handles competing streams of information. Participants might hear different words, numbers, or sentences in each ear. They are instructed to focus on one side and ignore the other. When asked afterward, people often remember the attended message much better. But the ignored message is not necessarily processed completely. Participants may still notice important changes, such as their own name, a sudden tone, or a major shift in the speaker's voice. This reveals something important about attention. Ignoring something does not necessarily mean your brain stops processing it. Instead, information may be processed at different levels. Some signals receive enough attention to reach conscious awareness. Others remain in the background. One of the most famous researchers associated with dichotic listening was Colin Cherry, who used these experiments to investigate how people separate conversations in crowded environments. The findings helped scientists develop ideas about selective attention and the limits of conscious processing. Your brain is constantly surrounded by competing sounds: multiple voices, traffic, music, footsteps, background noise. Yet you can usually choose one stream and follow it. That ability is essential for everyday life. But the experiments reveal the hidden cost. When attention is focused on one message, information from another stream can become surprisingly difficult to remember. You may physically hear both, but consciously experience mostly one. That distinction is crucial. Hearing is not the same as awareness. Your ears receive the sound. Your brain analyzes it. Your attention decides what receives priority, and the ignored information may continue to exist in your nervous system without becoming part of your conscious experience. The experiment exposes a strange fact about attention. You can be surrounded by information and still experience only a tiny fraction of it. Your world feels complete, but your brain is filtering constantly. The Bistable perception experiments: you look at a single image. At first, you see one interpretation. Then, without the image changing at all, your perception suddenly flips. Now you see something completely different. A moment later, it switches back. This is Bistable perception. Researchers use ambiguous images and sounds that can be interpreted in two different ways. The famous Necker cube is one example. The lines remain exactly the same, but the cube can appear to face one direction and then suddenly another. Nothing changed outside your mind. Your perception changed. Another famous example is the Rubin vase, which can appear as either a white vase or two dark faces looking at each other. Your eyes receive the same information. Your brain chooses an interpretation. Then it can abandon that interpretation and select another. Researchers study these spontaneous perceptual switches to understand how the brain organizes ambiguous sensory information and how conscious perception changes over time. The fascinating part is that you usually cannot force the image to remain permanently in one interpretation. Your brain seems to alternate between competing explanations. This reveals something important about perception. The world reaching your senses is sometimes incomplete or ambiguous. Your brain has to decide what the information means. When two interpretations are equally plausible, your perception can become unstable. One interpretation dominates for a while, then the other takes over. The physical stimulus remains unchanged throughout the entire experience. Only your conscious interpretation moves. This is one reason vestibular perception is so useful in consciousness research. Scientists can keep the sensory input constant while watching perception change. That allows them to investigate what happens in the brain when conscious experience switches from one interpretation to another. The experiment exposes a strange truth. You might think your perception changes because the world changed. Sometimes, the world never changed at all. Your brain simply changed its answer. The image stayed still. Your eyes stayed open. Reality remained identical, but your conscious world suddenly became something else. The face recognition experiments look at a familiar face in a crowded room. You may recognize it almost instantly, but researchers discovered that recognizing a face is not as simple as identifying two eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Face recognition experiments investigate how the brain identifies people from their facial features, expressions, orientation, and surrounding context. Participants are shown photographs of familiar and unfamiliar faces, sometimes upside down, distorted, partially hidden, or mixed with other images. One of the most famous findings is the face inversion effect. People are generally much better at recognizing upright faces than upside-down faces. Turn a face upside down, and recognition becomes surprisingly difficult. The individual features are still there. Your eyes can see them, but the brain seems to process faces as organized wholes rather than simply adding up separate features. Researchers have also studied what happens when people recognize familiar faces under unusual conditions. Even when a face is partly hidden, poorly lit, or seen from an unexpected angle, recognition can sometimes remain remarkably strong. This suggests that the brain stores more than a simple visual photograph. It builds representations that allow you to recognize the same person across different situations. But face recognition can also fail dramatically. Some people with a condition called prosopagnosia, or face blindness, have difficulty recognizing familiar faces, even though their basic vision remains relatively normal. These cases provide important evidence that face recognition involves specialized neural processes. The experiments reveal something fascinating. A face is not just another object in your visual field. Your brain gives faces special priority because they contain socially important information: identity, emotion, attention, intent. You can recognize a familiar person in a fraction of a second without consciously analyzing every feature. The process feels effortless. But underneath that instant recognition, networks across the brain are comparing patterns and matching them with stored information. You experience the final result as one simple feeling: I know that person. The experiments show that this feeling depends on a remarkably sophisticated system. Your brain does not merely see faces. It transforms patterns of light into identity. The self-face recognition experiments look at a photograph of yourself. You recognize it almost instantly. But researchers have discovered that recognizing your own face is not simply another example of ordinary face recognition. The brain appears to process self-related faces in a special way. In self-face recognition experiments, participants are shown photographs of their own face alongside familiar and unfamiliar faces. Researchers measure how quickly and accurately people identify each image and sometimes record brain activity during the process. The results suggest that your own face can attract attention unusually quickly. Even when the image is altered, blurred, partially covered, or mixed with other faces, people can often identify it with remarkable efficiency. But there is a fascinating complication. Your brain does not recognize your face only from its visual features. You have spent years seeing yourself from different angles in mirrors, photographs, and videos. You have also learned to connect that appearance with your name, memories, body, and personal identity. So when you see your own face, several kinds of information can become active at once. Researchers have also studied what happens when the familiar image of yourself is distorted. A face can still feel like yours even when it looks slightly different. That suggests self-recognition depends on more than matching an exact photograph. The brain appears to maintain a flexible representation of what you look like. This becomes especially interesting when researchers manipulate facial images. Small changes can sometimes make people strangely uncertain about whether they are looking at themselves. The experiment reveals that recognizing yourself is partly a perceptual process and partly a psychological one. Your face is not just another object. It is connected to your memories, identity, and sense of self. That may explain why seeing your own reflection feels so immediate. You do not think, "Those eyes belong to me." You simply know. But beneath that effortless certainty, your brain is comparing visual patterns with stored representations built over years. The image is only light. Your brain turns it into something much more meaningful. It turns a face into you. The emotional Stroop experiments imagine seeing the word danger printed in bright blue. Your task is simple: name the color, not the word. Yet your brain may hesitate. This is the basic idea behind the emotional Stroop experiments. Researchers present emotionally charged words such as fear, death, or failure, alongside neutral words. Participants must identify the ink color as quickly as possible while ignoring the meaning. The surprising result is that emotional words can slow people down. The word is not supposed to matter, but its meaning captures mental processing anyway. Researchers use this effect to study how emotional information competes with attention. Your brain does not treat every word equally. Some words carry emotional significance, personal memories, or threatening meanings. When they appear, they can attract attention automatically, even when you are deliberately trying to ignore them. The effect can become stronger when a word is personally meaningful. Someone worried about health might react differently to threatening health-related words than someone without that concern. This makes the emotional Stroop useful for studying how emotion influences attention and cognitive control. It also reveals something important about conscious effort. You can consciously decide where to focus, but you cannot always control what your brain notices first. A threatening word can interrupt your processing before you have time to deliberately dismiss it. The experiment creates a conflict between two systems. One says, identify the color. Another says, pay attention to the meaning. The resulting delay reveals the competition happening inside the mind, and that is what makes the experiment fascinating. You may believe attention is something you completely control, but emotionally meaningful information can grab part of that attention without permission. The word is only ink on a page. Your brain turns it into something more powerful: a signal, a memory, a warning, and for a fraction of a second, that meaning can become more important than the task you were consciously trying to complete. The mind-wandering experiments: you are reading a page, following every sentence, and then suddenly realize you have no idea what you just read. Your eyes kept moving. Your mind went somewhere else. Researchers call this mind wandering. In these experiments, participants perform a simple task while researchers occasionally interrupt them and ask what they were thinking about. Sometimes people report that their thoughts had drifted away from the task without them deliberately choosing to do so. Researchers have also used brain imaging and experience sampling methods to study what happens during these moments. The surprising discovery is that the brain can remain highly active even when attention has moved away from the outside world. Thoughts may shift toward memories, plans, worries, fantasies, or completely unrelated ideas. This suggests that consciousness is not always directed toward whatever is directly in front of you. Your brain can generate an internal world while the outside environment continues around you. Mind wandering often happens during repetitive or undemanding activities: walking, showering, commuting, doing familiar chores. The less demanding the task, the more opportunity the mind may have to drift. But researchers have also found that mind wandering is not always useless. Internal thought can help with planning, problem solving, creativity, and imagining future situations. At the same time, frequent mind wandering during demanding tasks can reduce performance. You may be physically present while mentally somewhere completely different. The fascinating part is that the transition can happen without a clear moment. When you decide to leave the task, your attention simply drifts. Then, sometimes minutes later, you suddenly notice, "I was thinking about something else." That moment of realizing you had been distracted is itself important. It shows that the brain can monitor its own attention and detect when conscious thought has moved away from the task. Mind-wandering experiments reveal that consciousness is not a continuous spotlight aimed at the outside world. It can turn inward. It can replay the past, predict the future, invent possibilities, and sometimes it simply wanders. Your body stays exactly where it is. Your mind quietly leaves. The meditation neuroscience experiments: what happens inside the brain when you deliberately stop following every thought that appears? Researchers have used brain scans, EEG recordings, and attention tests to study meditation and its effects on consciousness. Participants are asked to focus on breathing, bodily sensations, or a chosen object while researchers monitor their brain activity. The interesting part is that meditation does not necessarily make thoughts disappear. Thoughts still appear, sounds still happen, emotions still arise. But experienced meditators may become better at noticing these events without immediately reacting to them. Researchers have also examined the default mode network, a group of brain regions involved in self-related thinking, remembering, imagining, and mind wandering. During some meditation practices, activity within this network can change. That matters because the network is often active when your mind drifts away from the present. Meditation may train attention to recognize when this happens and return to the present moment. Researchers also study emotional responses. Some experiments suggest that meditation training can influence how people respond to stressful or unpleasant experiences. The goal is not necessarily to eliminate emotion. Instead, meditators may become better at observing an emotional reaction without immediately being controlled by it. This creates a fascinating distinction. The sensation can remain, the thought can remain, the emotion can remain, but your relationship with it can change. Meditation experiments therefore provide researchers with a way to investigate whether attention and conscious awareness can be trained. The brain is not becoming silent. It is learning to notice its own activity more clearly. A thought appears. You recognize it. Then attention returns. That simple process can be repeated thousands of times during practice. And this raises a deeper question about consciousness. If your mind can learn to observe thoughts without automatically following them, then perhaps awareness and thought are not exactly the same thing. Your thoughts can change constantly. Your attention can wander. Your emotions can rise and fall. Yet there is still an ability to notice all of it happening. Meditation neuroscience experiments attempt to measure that ability. They suggest that consciousness may not be completely fixed. At least some aspects of attention, awareness, and emotional regulation can be trained. The world remains the same. Your brain changes how it meets it. The machine consciousness experiments: can a machine actually become conscious? Or can it only behave as if it is? Researchers have tried to approach this question by building artificial systems that can perceive information, learn from their environment, monitor their own internal states, and make decisions. These experiments do not prove that machines are conscious. Instead, they test whether certain features associated with consciousness can be reproduced artificially. Some researchers build systems with internal models of themselves and their surroundings. The machine receives information. It predicts what will happen. It compares those predictions with what actually happens. Then it changes its behavior. Other experiments investigate whether artificial systems can integrate information from different sources into one unified representation. A machine might combine visual information, sounds, memory, and internal goals to produce a single decision. That begins to resemble some theories of biological consciousness. But there is a major problem. A machine can describe its internal state without necessarily experiencing anything. It can say, "I am afraid," without actually feeling fear. It can recognize its own reflection without possessing a subjective sense of self. This creates the central mystery. How could researchers determine whether an artificial system has an inner experience? With humans, scientists rely on behavior, brain activity, and verbal reports. A machine could potentially produce all three kinds of signals without having subjective experience. That is why machine consciousness experiments are so difficult. Researchers can measure information processing. They can test self-monitoring. They can examine learning, memory, attention, and decision-making. But none of these measurements directly reveal whether the machine experiences anything from the inside. The experiments therefore force researchers to separate intelligence from consciousness. A system can be extremely intelligent without necessarily being conscious. And a conscious system might not necessarily be highly intelligent. The deeper question is not whether a machine can think like a human. It is whether there is something it is like to be that machine. If one day an artificial system claims to be conscious, behaves consistently as though it has experiences, and possesses increasingly sophisticated internal models, scientists will face an extraordinary problem. They may be able to measure everything the machine does. but they still have to answer one question. Is anyone actually inside?